Alright. Live once again. I think my last stream was in April, it looks like. So it's been a nice 3-month hiatus. Let me just get all my posts out real quick. Drafts. That should be good. And last one. Perfect. Okay, so the goal today is to put this guy all together. Which should be pretty quick because I already did a bunch of prep on some of the more boring stuff. So it should just be a matter of taking everything I've assembled and combining them. I was originally going to do another like start to finish stream like I did on the last Louii, but I screwed up. And instead of ordering the new PCBs that I spent a bunch of time like finalizing and getting perfect so that anyone can use them, I placed an order on the old ones, which have issues. So, I don't know, I might just do another Louii build in a while. And do it with the new PCBs so that it's an actual, like, start to finish. Here's how it'll be if you try to build one right now. But, yeah. I think for now, we're just going to work with the old PCBs, and I think they should still work. I haven't really done some thorough testing to make sure that I didn't mess up any of the screw posts or anything. So we're just gonna pray that it all works. That's my technical solution here. And I think we'll start how we usually do, just by putting the bottom half together. So not much changed here when I did the redesign. I changed the fan vent. The fan vent before was kind of this ugly like I don't even know how to explain it. I'll show it. The old fan vent looked something like this. So, just kind of 3 rings, and then usually there was a circle in the middle. The original Louii had a rocket ship, since it was Pikmin themed. But I've updated it to be this sort of hexagon one. It's the one I used on my fake GameCube portable, and I like the way it looks a lot more. So I just changed the Louii to use it. It's probably better for the fan too, get a little more airflow. Although I don't know if it's really going to be a whole lot of like temperature improvement, but it's there. So I think the first thing we're going to do is put in the triggers. So usually with the triggers, I have to like sand down some of the case, but I can't do that on this case because I believe it's like they put some sort of varnish on it, and so if I sand the outside of this, it's going to ruin the clear look. So if I need to make any adjustments, I'll have to do it to the triggers. So hopefully they just fit, but I don't know if we'll get that lucky. The tack switches that I use are these guys. So they're little dual tack switches with 2 presses in each button. And so those are nice when you're doing like GameCube controller stuff. Usually I super glue them into place, and I'll probably still have to do that. But once they're glued in, they aren't coming out. Oh, whoops. Start button was hanging around in there. I don't want to lose that. Alright. Okay, I do have super glue. I just moved recently, so I had to unpack everything, and I'm really hoping that all my stuff is actually unpacked. I think I have everything I'll need for the build, but there is a possibility that something is just buried in a box somewhere, and I'm gonna have to like take 10 minutes to go and figure out what I did with it. But I was able to do all the prep work and didn't find anything I was missing, so maybe we'll just be okay. One sec. So with the super glue on this, you just put on a little bit and line it up with the holes. And then just hold it in place for like 10 seconds. Just long enough to make sure that it's not going to come out. If worse comes to worse, you could kind of like cut the dual tact off if you mess something up. Which usually isn't a huge deal, but I don't want there to be like scratches on the inside of this case. Or dust. Which, getting the dust out before I start putting things together. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's what happens when you don't hold it in place long enough. I hope I don't need to apply more glue. The fact that the Wii can become so small is already insane for me. Yeah. It's, we are very lucky that Nintendo made the Wii layout the way they did. I don't think I've explained it very well in a video before. I have a video kinda planned where I'll do that. But yeah, once I get these glued in, I can show why the Wii can go so small. It's really cool. Alright, and then the other tact switch. I don't know if you can see. Let me see if I can get it for the camera. It's not trying to focus. But there's just two little nubs that stick out of the tact switch. And so I'll just apply a little coating of glue to each of those. You don't want to slather a tact switch in super glue or else it'll get like inside the mechanism and ruin the switch. Which is always a bummer. Alright. So yeah, with like a Wii, I've got a bunch of trimmed Wiis right next to me that I need to test and figure out if they still work. But you got GPU, CPU, RAM, and then on the other side you got the audio video chip that like takes the GPU signals, converts them to like composite, component, all that. And then the NAND chip is usually sitting right here, but on this board it's relocated. So yeah, all the important stuff is just right next to each other. You can just cut it up. But things like the Wii U board are a little bit, everything's all spread out in obnoxious ways. So trying to portabilize that would be a headache. But people are making headway on some consoles that we didn't think could be portabilized, like the Xbox 360. A guy named Milo Maker, he's French. He's doing a YouTube series right now where he's just portabilizing an Xbox 360. He's got it running off of custom regulators. He's got some sort of rough trim already figured out. So Xbox 360 portables might be possible-ish. They're still going to have really high power consumption, but it's they're a lot more portabilizable than we previously thought. Hey there, Iron39. How's it going? Alright. Now we can start testing our trigger fit. Might need to be sanded down a little bit. This resin case doesn't flex very much, so I have to be careful where I apply pressure when I'm putting stuff in, but there we go. Okay. Can I get it to line up? Hang on. Mulling over what PCB stuff to work on. Hoping it'll be more like a laptop. I don't really know what form factor he's going for. I think he might be going for just like a full-on portable handheld. It'll definitely be somewhat large. Because I think the power consumption was still like 60 watts or something, which is a lot. The Wii is like 7-ish, if I remember correctly. But I don't know. We'll see what he does. But you're probably right in that a laptop form factor is probably going to be the most practical. Is this JLC resin? No. This is PCBWay resin. I've heard pretty good things about JLC's stuff. But they don't do the fun colors, as far as I know. So that's why I'm using PCBWay for this one. But I know people have gotten like portable cases from PCBWay. and they've been pretty good. So if you're not looking for any crazy colors, they're probably a good choice to go with. They're also super cheap, I think, last I checked. So even if it doesn't work, you're only out like a few bucks, probably. PCBWay is cool and all, but since I'm not sponsored, the pricing just turns me away. Yeah, that's fair. I think their PCBs are pretty comparable to JLC. But yeah, their case prices they're pretty pricey, especially if you're not looking for pretty stuff. But yeah, JLC's pricing on their 3D prints is crazy. I'm not sure how they do it for that cheap. Could just be a program where they run it cheap for a while so that people use it and then slowly raise their prices, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it stayed that cheap forever. Hey there, Bipoya? I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. I don't mind having to refinish if it means cheap. Yeah, that's fair. I don't particularly enjoy doing like painting stuff. I don't mind sanding all that much if I only have to do it every once in a while. But if I can get a pretty case with no effort on my end, I'll usually just take that. But okay. I think, yeah, this trigger is rubbing a little bit. It looks like, alright, I gotta do a bit of sanding, or I guess scraping with a knife. I hate painting, but sanding / polishing is fun. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. Painting is just so hard, because there are just so many like little things that can go wrong, and then you've got smudges in your paint, or you put on a little too much. But sanding is hard to mess up. Alright. See, I don't want to scrape stuff in here that I'll have to clean out later, so I think I just need to redesign this trigger at some point. Because I consistently always have to do a little bit of sanding. I'd imagine if I just lasered it in a bit more, it probably would be easier. Yeah, some people are really, really good at painting, but I think it's one of those things where the more tech you have for it, the easier it is. I've been wanting to get a bunch of tech for resin casting stuff, because I've always been very, like, I've been very cheap with my equipment for resin casting. I've got good resin, and I've got good, what's it called? Silicon. So I can get decent quality molds, but if I can get a pressure pot and a vacuum chamber, that seems to be when you start to get really good results from resin stuff. And now I've got the space to do it. Since I moved recently, I've got a whole room where it's just my 3D printer, resin stuff, and then just miscellaneous storage, so that way I can have all that stuff separate from like my main workspace. But yeah. Hey there, WebHD. Wait, WebHD, you're the guy who did the GameCube mod recently, right? I saw that. It was like a Raspberry Pi Pico, and now it just GameCubes are easy to mod now. That's super cool. I need to get a GameCube. Well, I have a GameCube that might be moddable. No, I moved out of my parents' place like 3 years ago. I've been living on my own for a while, but before I was living in a 2-bedroom space, which was pretty nice, but then landlord changed a bunch of stuff, so I had to move out. But my new space is a lot nicer. Oh, okay, that is you. Yeah, that stuff is super cool. I've got a GameCube here. I've never tested if it works. I literally bought it so that I could take the disk drive out of it to like show how big it was for a video, but I should get some cables and see if I can actually get it up and running. I also saw you working on a wireless or replacement Wavebird receiver, and I'll be excited for that when that goes public, because I've got a bunch of Wavebirds without receivers. And it would be nice to have those usable again. Pressure pot / chambers can be DIY'd for not terribly expensive. I've never heard of people doing that, although I have heard horror stories of like pressure pots exploding if you buy like super cheap ones. And so, I don't know, that always scares me a little bit. I think I'd rather just spend a couple $100 and have something that will definitely be safe. But I'm very picky when it comes to tools. I hate when my 3D printer breaks down. I hate having to like fix tools that I already have. I like building my own things, but I don't like fixing other people's things. That's kind of where I'm at, but it is good to know that you can DIY those. Okay. I think we're just about ready for another test fit. I had to do a little bit of maintenance on my 3D printer when I moved. And I'm not sure why, but all the axes suddenly got squeaky. But that was just a matter of like rubbing lubricant on everything and then it was all good. I think it might be because the new room I have it in is pretty chilly. I'm in a basement apartment, which is nice because it's pretty much cold all the time. But I don't think the 3D printer loves that too much. How much do you spend for all those components? A portable Wii, if you're just talking about like the pieces to build it, you can usually do that for around $200 to $250. It kind of depends on what you already have. But I think on average it costs me around $250 for a portable Wii if I like 3D print my own case and all that. If you don't have the tools, then you'll need to buy tools and like wire and solder and all that. I think you could probably do that for like $150 if you know what you're looking for. You don't need a crazy good soldering iron, but you do need a decent one. I think the one people have been recommending recently is the Pine Sill. It's a USB-C one that apparently is really, really good. So I've never used it, but it has really good reviews from people who have. Alright. Is this one any better? $250 isn't bad, but I've yet to see any open source portable Wiis with build guides. Yeah, I guess the G-Boy was the closest thing to that, although that was kind of open source. I guess technically it wasn't, since some of the circuit boards were never released. Oh, that's good. Okay, this trigger's all good. But that one definitely had the best guide out of anything. I mean, the Louie's close. I essentially have a start to finish build stream of it. It's not like a formal written document, but documentation is all there. The Ashita is also really good right now. It doesn't have any like particularly good guides that I know of, but it's a lot of, you can look at what like, you can probably cobble together what all the other build guides have done, and it's a pretty easy build because of how big it is, but I can't tell if I need to sand this guy or not. Also, let me know if the music is too loud or the mic is too quiet or something. I tried to do a little bit of audio balancing before I went live, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's off by a little bit. It's also a new streaming setup, so I had to like remake all my scenes and stuff. I was able to copy most of them over from my old computer, but a couple of them were having weird issues. 100% DIY project on GitHub with Gerbers and step files. I mean, Louie's close. I've got all the Gerbers, I've got all the, I think I had the step files in there. I'm pretty sure I put STLs, IPTs, and step files. Or maybe it was part? No, I think it was. I'd have to check. But if that's what you're looking for, I guess Louie's close. Yeah, if you need me to link the, if you go on the BitBuilt forums and you go into the, I think 3D printing section, there's a model repository. But yeah, let me know if you think there's anything missing or there's stuff in there that you want to see that's not in there. I'm trying to make the Louii as like open and easy to build as possible. So happy to add stuff if there's something you want. Okay, this trigger is weird. Like it's moving properly, but I don't think the anchor piece is lining up. Is BitBuilt still closed off? What do you mean by closed off? Should be open for like signups and stuff. I don't think we've ever like barred people from joining. I wanted to register for the Discord a while back, but wasn't able to register. Do you have a forums account? Like an account on the forums at all? Because I think you need that to be able to get into the BitBuilt server. I think I have an idea for your next video, if it's possible, a portable emulation box. I guess it depends what you mean by that. Because there are a lot of like portable like emulation devices out there. You can do it with the Raspberry Pi. You can do it with portable PC stuffs. But I've never been super interested in any of that. And if I were to get into, and like, I think I'd just rather use a Steam Deck, which I know is a lame, not very modding answer of me, but the Steam Deck just seems very good right now. That's my issue. Couldn't register on the forum. Said it was invite only or something. That's strange. I don't know. Let me know what the error code is. If you're being barred for some reason, I am a moderator. I can probably help you get in there, but that's a strange issue to have. Unless you were like IP banned or something. In which case, I don't know. You must have messed something up. Alright. Okay, are we almost all screwed in? I'm curious to see how the resin screw posts look from the outside once they're screwed in. Sometimes they look a little bit like ugly and mangled. Well, that doesn't look too bad. I'm IP banned to lots of places. Pakistan. Oh. Huh. Well, let me know if you're getting the same error. I can check and see if there's like something I can do to get like just your account whitelisted or something. I'm sure there's some way. But yeah, Pakistan is definitely a lot of... I know we've gotten a lot of spam from there. Okay. Trigger's good now? Okay, this one needs a little bit of shaving. I thought something like NES, N64, GameCube, and all those old Nintendo consoles. Yeah, for something like that, I don't know if I have like a unique idea that like would make a project really cool for something like that. Because there's already a lot of devices like that. Pretty much any like handheld gaming PC will run that stuff pretty well at this point. I haven't seen if it's like GameCube stuff is particularly good on the Steam Deck, but I've heard it's decent. I heard people were actually running like Nintendo Switch stuff on the Steam Deck with decent success, which Nintendo wasn't happy about. But yeah, handheld emulation devices, there's a lot of them out there. And if I ever had a really good idea for one, then that would be a cool video. But I think for now I'll stick to modding like real consoles, because I got plenty of ideas there. Alright. So I'm shaving this part down because I wasn't getting 2 clicks on the trigger. Looks like something was colliding with it, so I was only getting like the second click. But I think this will be the easiest way to fix it, because I don't want to touch the case with the knife at all, so hopefully shaving down this trigger is all I need to do. Oh, here, let me see what you sent. Oops, we're gonna just pause them. New registrations are currently not being accepted. Yeah, that's an odd issue. That probably indicates an IP ban. If I had to guess. I'm not sure. Once the stream is over, I'll check with like the admins and stuff and see if there's like a way to like whitelist a single account from a blocked IP or something. But if that doesn't work, I can also... Maybe I should just upload the Louii stuff to a GitHub. There's no reason not to. I'll try and do that. I can probably do that today. I just have to like copy the files from the BitBuilt thing into a GitHub. That should be easy enough. Is it possible to send me a unit of your console for my YouTube channel? I don't do like giveaways. I don't like loan out my portables. It's just too risky. Because if I never get it back, then I'm out like a unit that I could have sold for $1,000 or something. So generally speaking, if you want one, well, I would say you have to buy one, but I don't really do sales anymore either. The story on this portable is that I built one for a guy a couple of years ago, and then he wore out the case on it pretty badly, and it was having a few issues. So he sent it back to me, and I'm replacing most of the parts with new ones. I'm essentially building him a whole new one, just with like the same trimmed Wii he used to have. But I pay you? I mean, you can send me a DM if you want, but I very rarely do sales anymore. But I don't know, I won't say never. I think your stream is a little bit lagging. I'm not sure if it's because of my internet connection or because of the stream. I've dropped a few frames. But it looks like I'm still going strong. But is anyone else having issues? Because if so, then there might be something else. But usually if I'm not dropping frames, my bitrate is at like 6,000. So I should be okay. But let me know. Okay. Let's see. Shaved off a decent amount. Let's see if that helps at all. I think getting triggers to fit is one of my least favorite parts of like portable assembly, because it always takes a little bit of fiddling. Okay, we better now? Okay. This trigger is feeling a little bit tight. I'm gonna do just a little bit more sanding on it, because I do want these to feel perfect, but it isn't always lagging, so it's okay. Alright. It's possible that there might have just been one laggy moment from that one frame drop, but we'll see. The internet at my new place has been pretty good. It's only gone out during the day once, so hopefully it doesn't do that again while I'm streaming. And it also tends to go out during the night a decent amount, but that's at like 2 a.m. when I should be in bed anyways, so I can't complain too much. Okay. Here, I can zoom in a little bit. Let's rubbing along this back part of the trigger right here. So I'm trying to focus the sanding there. I also can't gouge up the trigger too much because you can actually see it from the outside of the case. So I would be a little bit more careful than I normally would be. Although I guess this side of the trigger you won't really be able to see. This is the side that you will. Glad to be able to catch a live building of these kinds of portables. Been thinking about getting into modding for a while, so it's nice to see the process. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to hear other people are looking to get into it. It is summertime, so this is usually when we see an influx of people who are done with school or slightly less busy. But yeah, if you're looking to get into portable Wiis, highly recommend the Ishida. I think that's probably the best beginner build right now. Unless you have like something against the GameCube controller. Which, in that case, you can do a Louii, a G-Wii, something a little less GameCube-y, but the sheet is very nice. I've got all the parts for one, I just need to get a case I like, and then put one together. So I'll definitely do a live stream whenever I get around to that. It's possible that might be my next one. It'll either be that or me showcasing a new project, whichever happens first, but that's my plan anyways. We'll see. So since the Fake Cube video, I did all the design work for 2 different projects. One of them I was going to do a video on, but I just got really stumped when it came to like scripting and coming up with ideas for how to like make the video. So that project is all done and ready to be built, but I'm putting that one on hold until I figure out what I want to do with the script and such. And then the other project, I know exactly what I want to do for the script. I know what the project is. And I just got the circuit boards in for it. So I think this week I need to get this guy all built. But once it's built, I want to get assembly all done on that project. And then I should be able to get into the filming, editing, uploading portion of the project. So I'm hopeful to have that one done end of July. It'll be a big video, so it may take me a little longer than that, but that's the hope currently. Oh, someone asked earlier and I missed it. They asked if I was going to do a battery life draining once I was done building it. And the issue is that the batteries aren't charged currently. The batteries are pretty low when I get them from like the supplier. And so I usually have to charge them like when they're in the portable. That's how I usually do it. So I might be able to play it for a little bit. If I get it all done and working, I'll probably do some testing on it. But I don't think the batteries will last longer than like 30 minutes. But I also might have to take a dinner break. And so if I do that, then I'll get the batteries charging while I go grab dinner. But I could also just play it with the charger plugged in. That would just work. We'll see. I'll try and play it for like an hour if I do get it finished today. I feel like every single one of these streams, something goes wrong. And I never get to like play test it when I'm done building it. But maybe today we'll break that streak. We'll see. Love the green, by the way. Yeah, this color is really, really nice. I'm a big fan of like the clear dyed cases. They all look pretty snazzy. Okay. Oh, you got through with the VPN. Okay, nice. Yeah, so if you go to the 3D printing section, there should be a model repository, and then Louii 2E should be in there somewhere. Let me know if that's more what you were looking for. Okay, triggers. I'm content with those. So, one thing I did do before the stream was I got the batteries already soldered together. If you want to see like technique and stuff on how I do that, Probably check out one of my other Louii builds, because I do it live on stream there. Soldering batteries together always takes a little while, so I opt to just do it before this stream, just to save some time. But it can be a little tricky, so I think I went pretty in depth with it when I did it the last time I built a Louii. Waiting until someone balls out and does a CNC polycarb or aluminum case for one of these. People have... I don't know if anyone's done one for a portable Wii yet. But there's a guy, I think his name is CNC Dan, and he's done aluminum cases on some other projects. He did a portable PC build, and he used like his CNC machine to do like real aluminum on it. It looked really, really good. Stoned Edge did a couple Raspberry Pi projects with a CNC. And I think he sent some of those cases out to be dyed like professionally, and they came out really nice. So, yeah, it's definitely an option. I guess Dan just hasn't like built a portable Wii at all yet. But I know there have been rumblings of someone, I don't know who. They're working on a CNC'd Ashita case, which that's a crazy case to try and CNC, but yeah, it wouldn't be insanely expensive if you wanted to try it out for a project. Let me know if you've got any good fabs you'd recommend, because I've seen it a couple places, but it's always so expensive for something like a portable case. But I'd definitely be open to it. It's a really snazzy idea. Have you built a GUI? And if you have, what was the experience like? I've almost... Here, I'll show you real quick. I've almost built a GUI. So this guy is like... it was like 99% finished. And then I had an issue, the screen just died in it. If I turn it on, then the screen just shows like solid white. But I did build one. They're probably even easier, or a little bit easier at least now that the new 4-layer tech boards are out. But yeah, I think the Ashita is probably easier, and I like it better as a portable. But the GUI is definitely a good choice if you're just looking to build a portable. I have a lot, but it really depends on how much you're willing to spend. I guess it depends. Oh, shoot. Hang on, I lost my headphones. If I had like a specific project I was really looking to get CNC'd, I'd be willing to spend a decent amount. But from what I understand, probably doing one of my cases with a CNC, I'd probably have to do at least a slight redesign. So I don't know if I'm looking to do that right now. But, yeah. More square or DMG/ColorEsque simple 2-piece case should be cheap. Well, relatively cheap. Throw out a number. I'd be willing to spend a few $100. 300, 400. If it was a project that I really wanted to have in aluminum. Might be willing to spend a little bit more if it was for a video. But... because I think this PCBWay case was around 200. Since it has both the clear case and the die, which jacks up the price real quick. Okay, I think I'm going to tweak the design of the case a little bit next time, because the batteries are always a pretty tight fit, but this is a really tight fit. Like, I'm worried I'm going to crack the case if I push any harder. Well, I guess cracking the batteries would probably be worse. 3400 should be super doable IMO. Okay. I know PCBWay has CNC stuff. I think someone used it once, but it was really expensive. Although it was like a 6-part case or something. So probably not the best case to be like testing on. It'd be really cool if you put a decal on the inside so it could be seen through the green. I guess. I don't know. I kind of just want like all the internals to be seen through the outside. That's the idea with this one. But I guess I could put like a Ginger of Oz sticker if I had those on the inside. But the one thing I think might not look super great from the... Actually, hang on, let's see. Because these batteries are pink, which... Oh, that doesn't look too bad. But they make green 18650s, and I realized yesterday that I probably should have just ordered some of those. If you're still sponsored, I would add it to the bunch. I might look into that. Once I got a project I want to do CNC on. I don't get, like, endless supplies of free stuff from them, but if I've got a project, they're usually willing to cover a lot of the cost on it. On the case sides of things, at least. Okay. I think I'm just going to leave the batteries like this for now. They aren't fully pushed in all the way. The ones on the outside, I think. Well, maybe they are. Oh, okay, never mind. Batteries fit. It's just a little tight. I think someone on the BB Discord is making a CNC machine to shoot at. Yeah, I saw rumblings of that the other day. I'm not sure who's working on that though. But that could be really cool. Although it's gonna be so heavy. The Ashita is already a bit of a beast. But hey, it'll look cool, and honestly that's what matters when it comes to portable Wii's at this point. Alright, so batteries are all in place. So now I'm going to work on getting the power management boards and the cooling setup in place. So I've got this heatsink here. It's got like its own like thermal pad on it, but I'm just going to peel it off since I'm just going to use thermal paste and a copper pad of my own. My YouTube page link is dead in the description. Oh, I think I know why that is. Is it youtube.com/gingerofmods? Because I got the Ginger of Oz handle on YouTube. And I got the custom link for that, so I think I need to go and change that. Thanks for letting me know. Hopefully it's an easy fix. Okay, heatsink fits in there nicely. So I already did most of the work on the power and charging boards, again, to just help speed things up. So this is the PMS Lite by BitBuilt, or not BitBuilt, sorry, 4-Layer Tech. And then this is their PMS, no, not PMS, PMS PD, that's what they call it. And so it does USB-C charging, it does USB pass-through. Oh, where is, hang on, I got a USB drive all set up, let me find that. Here we go. How do you spell Louii? Trying to search it up. It is Louii. It's a bit of an odd spelling, so I can't fault you for that one. Yep, Iron's got it. Okay. Oh, this is we recently changed what like the standard USB is for portables. This is a 256 gig SanDisk something or other. I don't remember what the full name is, but it's just a little guy. And it works just fine in the Louii. So if you can't get your hands on a Kingston adapter anymore, which almost nobody can, it's a good replacement. Oh. Alright, I got a resin cast power button. So we're going to put this in. Hope it fits. There we go. Alright. I need a pair of tweezers to help hold this guy in place. But as far as connecting the PD board and the PMS boards together, the pads are all labeled. You pretty much just go X to X, Y to Y. I don't feel too bad about not showing that on stream, but if you do want to see it, again, you can go to the old Louii assembly video. I definitely did all of that on there. But I find that attaching wires to boards is not particularly exciting content to watch, so I tried to do a bunch of that before the stream to help speed up the process. Although I do know that some people do want to see that. But, jeez, this is just... Hang on, I'm going to use the old tool called gravity, actually. That's probably an easier way to do this. There we go. You also checked the BitBelt link on your build still work on YouTube? The Ashita link on West Demo died, and so did other build links. I think I usually just link to the forums, so I can't imagine those links would go down all that often. But I'll double check after the stream's over and make sure everything's still intact. But I think they should be. I don't usually link to super... I guess I sometimes link to like my my build logs. For anyone that's curious. Okay. I think that's lined up. Okay. Let me go ahead. Oh, wait. Okay. Gotta take everything out. I just remembered that I need to dust very thoroughly the inside of this case before we start putting too much stuff in. Because any dust that's on the inside of the case is gonna be seen through the outside. So we want to avoid that. I think Q-tips would be really good for this, but I don't have any Q-tips on me, so we're just gonna try and get it all off by hand. I think I only left it out in the open for like one day, but that's still enough time for a decent amount of random flecks of things to get inside. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Are fingerprints a worry or not really? If I like really try and get my fingerprint in on there, but these don't pick up fingerprints too badly. PCBWay's like glossy painted cases, those pick up fingerprints like crazy. Although that's just kind of how glossy black things are, so I can't really complain. But these, I'm not seeing my fingerprints on there at all. Let's see, is there any more visible from this side? Okay, I think that's as clean as it's gonna get. So now let's pile stuff inside so that more stuff can't get in. Had to swap a digitizer on a switch the other day. Basically built a mini clean room, still got dust inside. Yeah, that... I can imagine. I've got a switch with a dead touchscreen. I think the digitizer needs to be swapped out on it. But I was like looking into it one time, and it seems like different switch models need like different digitizers. There isn't just like one digitizer that works. And so I would have had to like figure out like which digitizer I need and all that. And it just wasn't worth the effort, so I just use it as my modded switch. And yeah, thankfully I never use the touchscreen, except when I'm like typing in passwords and stuff, so it works well enough for me. But yeah, because YouTube changed the formatting and it screwed up the BitBelt forum links. Oh, so it's something on YouTube's end. Well, then I might actually have dead links, because I haven't updated the links to like my Weeboy Color and Louii videos in a long time. I'll be sure to check that out. Thanks for letting me know. Waiting for oleophobic PCBWay cases. We'll get there someday. I just can't wait for the day where I can make cases like these and with my own 3D printer. Once that day comes around, I'll be set. Okay. Now that we are dusted, now let's actually put the power boards in. Do you like the Switch or portable Wii better? I mean, they're essentially two different things. The Switch is always going to have more polish behind it, but I mean, I really like having both. I'll say that. Because Nintendo doesn't seem to be in any rush to put GameCube and Wii stuff on their on the eShop or whatever they call their subscription service, Nintendo Switch Online. So although I will say when I travel, I tend to use like my Switch more, but I think that's just because the novelty of having portable Wii and GameCube games has worn off a bit. Oh, I haven't been playing my Switch much recently either. I'm trying to think what the last game I played on it was. Like, I'll play like Smash or like Mario Party on it when I'm like hanging out with friends, but just when I'm on my own, I just never use it. Looks like my links still work, but you don't know what happened to Wesk's? Huh. That is strange. But yeah, I'd say whether you'd like a Switch or a portable Wii more probably comes down to what sort of games you're looking to play. But having both is always great. Alright. Looks like my screw posts are all lined up on this guy. Although I'm really hoping that the wires I put between this board and this board are long enough, because I forgot that I changed their placements a little bit for the final case. Let's see if I can wrangle things into position. Okay, I gotta undo a couple wires. Might have to redo them, but that's alright. Oh, nice. Glad you were able to get into the Discord. Alright, gotta fire up the old soldering iron. Oh, here's the Wii trim we're gonna be using. It's a pretty stock, like standard Wii trim. This is one I did a long time ago, back when the Bluetooth module was still required. So I've got Bluetooth all soldered up already. MX chip is all soldered in place already, so hopefully it should just be like a drop it in and it just works situation. But can I have the shoulder buttons now? One wasn't enough for you? You need more? I do still need to get that. I need to get that Weeboy Color trigger from you at some point. Because I can't, I tried to 3D print a new one, but it doesn't fit. I don't know, like, if I just didn't save the right part or something. But is a mat necessary? Because I'm building an Ashita and I'm just using a desk. I'd say you probably want one for soldering, because you don't want to like burn your desk or anything. And these pads are good at keeping... Oh, actually, let me show you why you want a mat. Because if you try to do like hot air stuff without one, you can like pop holes in your desk. Like the coating on this desk is ruined now because I just like threw a board on here and hot aired it. And the desk wasn't built to take heat like that, so part of it popped off, and so I have to like cover it with Captain Tape, and there's a weird lump there now. So if you're doing hot air, yeah, you want a mat like one of these. These are really nice. I would have brought it to MGC, but my wallet said no. I didn't make it to MGC either, so Even if you had been there, you wouldn't have been able to give it to me. I had, like, my finals week was like Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it just perfectly overlapped with MGC weekend. So I could have come out for like Saturday, Sunday, but that's kind of what I did in 2021, and it just wasn't worth it. So next year, hopefully, I'll make it. We'll see. Alright, I'm just taking off the charge and the ground wires. There we go, now I've got enough wiggle room to get it in place. I just use a random sheet of whatever sitting around. Honestly, that works too. My first, like, soldering mat that I used, there was just like a flat piece of wood on our wood pile outside. And so I just grabbed that and used that as my soldering mat. And it worked fine. But I think these mats are like $9-10 off of Amazon. I'd say they're worth the money. What was the first project you ever worked on? So my first portable project, I called it the Louii, and it was my first big soldering portable Wii project, and it was a big mess. I don't have a video of it because it barely worked long enough to make any sort of video about it. But anyways, have fun. Case looks hot. Can't wait to touch it. Peace. All right, see ya, Shockslayer. Thanks for stopping by. And that project, it was a big learning experience. I will say that. It was harder to build portable Wiis back in 2017 because custom circuit boards weren't. We hadn't figured those out yet. They weren't super cheap yet. And so you had to make like your own battery circuits, your own battery protection stuff, which was a good learning experience. But it was a lot. But I learned a lot from it. It never really worked. But then the next portable I built was the Waker of the Wind, and that one turned out much better. It was a fully working portable Wii that I used to actually play games for a while. And then that's just slowly got better. That's just how it works. But yeah. There are super fancy mats if you're interested. What are these? I am curious. Oh, wow. Okay, those do look fun. Alright, I'll definitely keep those in mind for when this one wears out. I had a blue one that I eventually just, like, it was a goner. I, like, spilled a bunch of silicone on it. What else did I do to it? It had a bunch of burn marks on it. It wasn't great. But then there was the Waluigi song. That is a deep cut reference right there. Are you talking about the poem Thebeth wrote? Like, wow, that's like 5 years ago now. But yes, there was a Waluigi song. Have you seen the Wii Portable from AliExpress that just threw a stripped Wii in there, added stuff, and called it a day? Yes, I have seen like teardowns and stuff of those. Those are definitely sketchy. Who was it? It was the Retro Dodo, I think. They got one of those, but when you tried to turn it on, it would catch on fire. So, yeah, those I would not recommend. I think they're usually like 800 USD or something. But I'd recommend spending a little bit more and getting commission from like G-Man or someone who's legit, or just building your own. Because they're also massive. They are huge devices. Like, they don't look that big in like the pictures and stuff, but in YouTube videos, they're like, I don't know, if you took a Wii and then added handles to it, they're that big. Which, I mean, I guess that's like what a Steam Deck is too. Those things are massive, but I don't know. It's not quite as bad. Here, let me make sure I'm in view of the camera. Okay. Now I gotta redo these wires. They might reach. Let's see. There are also PS2 portables from AliExpress that suffer from similar issues. It seems like some people have had alright experiences with them. Like, I've watched a couple, like, YouTube reviewers of people who, like, they don't have any experience with, like, real portables, but, well, or, like, traditional portables PS2s. So their expectations are a little bit different. So, they're not a complete scam, but if they don't work, I have heard that it is a situation to get stuff working. Alright, thank you, Bitpoa. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. Oh yeah, this will work. They have 0 battery protection. I don't recommend them. I think, to give them some credit, I think on some of the newer ones, they do have, like, some battery protection. So they aren't quite as bad as they were before. I don't know if it's the whole 9 yards of battery protection that a portable should have, but they did at least improve in that area, I will say. But yeah, probably not. I don't know if it's flawless yet. Yeah, I agree with you. They do have, I will say it's cool that they have, I can't remember the word. The expensive method of making cases, injection molding. They have injection molding cases on most of the ones from like China that they sell. And that is cool. I wish we had injection molding like on things like the Ashita or the G-Boy, but so that is cool. But yeah, the cases all look kind of samey. Nothing particularly beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably people who think that my projects look really bad. But that's just how it goes. Still overpriced though? I mean, portabilized consoles of any type are always going to be super expensive. But I would agree that they're overpriced for what you're getting though. Like, that's one of those situations where I'd rather spend a little more money and get something really nice. Okay. Trying to think if there are any wires on the PMS that I like forgot to do. Because once I put the Wii in place, it's kind of a pain to oh, here we go. We got battery plus. Oh, I need to secure this wire. The Wii one, they just reused the one for the PS2? Yes, that is... I think like some of the buttons are even the same. Like instead of doing like ABXY buttons, they're still like circle, square, triangle, whatever you call the buttons on a PS2 controller. So they do look a little bit goofy sometimes, but yeah. Oh. I don't know. Just mass producing portable Wiis. It's never really going to work unless your name is G-Man, but we can't all be like him. All right. So with the PMS Lite, one interesting thing about the ground wires for the batteries, on the PMS Lite, you can attach them to like any ground spot on the Wii and it'll be fine. If you're using the PMS 2, which you probably aren't because chip shortage, wahoo. But on that one, you do have to actually connect the batteries to B- to get the proper battery reading. The Retro Dodo one looks like it's made out of clay. Is that the one that burned? Because, I mean, anything... once plastic burns, it does kind of look like clay. But, yeah, definitely not the prettiest case I've ever seen. Oh, hang on. I think something... Power button's being a little finicky. Okay, the power button's getting stuck. Which isn't good. Okay. I should figure this out now, because if I wait until later, it'll be a pain to fix. So let me move some stuff around. Before it burned, it looked like clay. Oh, dang. Yeah, that one, I think that one was just a 3D printed case. And not on a very good printer. That one I don't think was injection molded. Which I think is part of why it doesn't look great. Because 3D printing a case can look really good. But sometimes it does not look really good. Even off of like things that I print. Okay. So when I screw it into place, it gets stuck, but to be honest, every portable attempt I had just died from an old car TV with an untrimmed Wii. Oh, yeah, smoke out of it isn't good. But yeah, we all start somewhere. I wasn't a part of the era of portablizing where car batteries were common. But, there are some very classic designs from that age. What is this song? I love it. It's an Earthbound song. Oh, it's Alex. Here, I'll just post the link to it. Alex Log Cabin. Which I probably need to make a backup of this song because it's one of those songs that Nintendo tends to take off of YouTube pretty regularly. Okay. Where did I... Here it is. Okay, does the power button work now? Okay, that's much better. Yeah, alright. It was getting stuck when you pressed it in before, and... You know, one of my favorite features of portables is that I can turn them on, but it's also nice when I can turn them off, so... Oh, car TV. Ah, okay. I misread that. That is a little bit different. But, I mean, I think we still essentially use car TVs and portables. Except now we just kind of use the car backup monitors, as I think what the monitors we buy are intended to be used for. But they work great. Okay. Now let's slide the fan into place. Oh. That's why it doesn't fit. There we go. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Before I screw this thing into place, actually I need to unscrew it anyways. But I think I added a nice slot for the wires to slide into. Oh, you're the guy who wrecked his Xbox 360 motherboard on the BitBuild Discord. Yeah, that's I think that's an instance of buy nice or buy twice, and also an instance of practice soldering on other things before you try and do small things on console motherboards. Because the joints you were trying to do are very tough. Like those are hard things to solder to, and if you don't practice before trying to do those, you're just gonna break stuff. Okay. Should be good. Just unwreck it. When you destroy the vias that only exist on one spot on the board, I don't think anyone's fixing that. Unless you've got a time machine. Okay. That looks all good. Okay. Pro tip. When you get copper sheets like this off of like online metals, at least one of the sides has a little nice plastic film. And you need to remove that before you put them in your portables. So I built a couple portables when I like first started using these, and I did not know that there was plastic sheet on it. And Online Metals, credit to them, did a great job of lining up the plastic perfectly, because there weren't any like flaky bits or anything. But it also caused me to almost ruin a couple portable Wiis. But another Wii that I trimmed had a short on the 1.15 volt to ground and 3.3 volt to ground. I don't know. When you're first trimming Wiis, shorts are always tricky. Could be a sanding thing, although I'd imagine you probably like resanded it a bunch. There's a very small chance that it's like a dust got underneath the chips. But yeah, the first Wii I trimmed, it was a 6-layer Wii. So people aren't quite as knowledgeable on those because, well, nobody cares about 6-layer Wiis for the most part. But I never did get that 6-layer trim working. Once I moved on to 4-layer Wiis, though, it just worked. So okay, yeah, I agree with you on micro soldering. I am also a fellow 04, 02 or bigger enjoyer. I don't usually have like super tight tolerances on my boards. Usually 06, 03 is like fine for the stuff I'm doing. So that's why 06, 03 is my go-to for like, it's small, but it's not so small that I'll be miserable trying to solder it. Sanded to 2000. Oh yeah, that doesn't... Are you sure your 1.15 volt to ground wasn't just like a low resistance reading? Because it's usually only like 30 ohms. Which is... like my multimeter, if I like probe it between 1.15 and ground, it'll pick that up as a short. But usually it's not actually a short. 3.3 volts to ground, though, that's weird. But that's probably one of the more common ones to have a short on, just because there are so many 3.3 volt spots on the board. Okay, let's make sure the fan can spin. Oh, whoops. Ooh, that looks pretty snazzy. Alright, fan is all good. We aren't having any clearance issues there. This case is a little bit warped in a few spots, but nothing that you can really notice or cause issues with assembly, I hope. I think we probably would have run into an issue by now if that was the case, but... Okay, triggers are still all good. It's good to check those once more components are in place, because sometimes the case will like warp a little bit and the triggers aren't working properly anymore, but still good there. I make keyboard stuff, so I just don't care most of the time. Oh, yeah. That's not too bad then. Does the Ashita need a copper pad? Oh, no, it doesn't. The Ashita just uses... What does it do? It does like 2 heat sinks. I don't remember what it does, but it doesn't use the copper pad. I think you just build directly onto heat sinks. So you don't need an additional copper pad. You've already got like a solid metal connection for both the CPU and the GPU. But yeah, if it's not on the parts list, I think the Ashita parts list is pretty thorough. Okay, the song is too loud. Nope. 3 ohm? Are you... Just to be sure, you're measuring in the 200 ohm, like, reading, right? You aren't measuring, like, on the 2K or something? Because 0.3 could mean 30 ohms, which is a very normal reading for 1.15 volts. But, so that's why the BOM told me to get to yes. Okay. I don't need 5 volts for anything. Normally I'd wire up U10 to here, but since this is an old, like Wii trim, I already have U10 relocated. So there's no reason to redo that. Do I already have... Yes, I already have USB data wires on here. Oh, there's just so many wires. This is also one of those projects where I have to be very neat with my wiring, because every single wire is going to be visible from the outside. So I can't get away with being lazy. Ooh, okay, lost a wire. That's a thermistor wire. That's GameCube data. Okay. Okay, it looks to just fit right into place, which is always good. How did you even start portabilizing? So when I was 15, I was looking up something related to the GameCube, and like GameCube Portable, like just showed up in the search bar, and I was like, oh, Nintendo made those? So I checked that out and then went down the rabbit hole of like GameCube Portables being a real thing. I wanted to buy one, found out they were really expensive and no one built them. And so I found like a really old portable GameCube guide. And I was like planning on buying parts to try and build it. And then I got bored and kind of forgot about it. And then a few months later, I rediscovered like the tabs I had bookmarked for it. And then I found BitBuilt, which had like up-to-date resources on how to build a portable Wii. And yeah, then I started work on a portable Wii project, and then just kept building portable Wiis from there. So it was also one of those just kind of like all the stars aligned for me moments. Because I also happened to get a job right around the time I got into portabilizing. So I actually had money to build portables with. Yeah, second places came in, and it was history after that. Yep. Okay, this is A. Green is L. Okay, wait. Hang on, I'm just going to snap a picture of this. Just to be sure I remember. Alright. Should be good. I feel like I'm missing something. Like I'm about to put the Wii into place, but a part of me is saying, no, don't do that yet. You're forgetting something. But I got no clue what I might be forgetting. Oh, I guess... I'm trying to decide... You know, we'll install this board real quick. Just to make sure it doesn't interfere with the Wii motherboard. Here, let's do a quick wipe down. Yeah, I would say being 15 shouldn't necessarily discourage you from building portables, because, I mean, a lot of people who build portables now started doing it when they were really young. I think G-Man was like 12 or 13 when he started doing it. Granted, G-Man's an anomaly, but yeah, it's not undoable, but you do have to be willing to practice the soldering. You gotta be willing to spend money. You gotta be willing to accept that you're gonna break things, which I think you've already gotten over that hump, but... yeah, it's not necessarily an age thing that tends to limit people. It's It's a how long are you willing to stick with it thing. So 12? He might not have been 12, but he was definitely early teens when he started building portables. Yeah, money is tough. I got into portabilizing right as I turned 16, and I got a job at a grocery store. So I wasn't making crazy money, but it was at least enough to spend money on parts. Okay. Forgot what I was doing. So all you need for this is 3 tack switches. They're in the Louii BOM. If you're looking to build your own. Nothing particularly fancy about these. They're just the right size. Alright. Spent $400 so far, so I'm probably in it for the long run. Yep, that's how it goes. I think that if somebody had told me like how much my first couple portables were going to cost me before I started portabilizing, I don't think I would have gotten into it. But thankfully nobody told me, so I'm still doing it today. But yeah, it's expensive, but it is definitely the most rewarding hobby I've ever had. Although, I mean, playing video games and reading books aren't super big competition, but it is something. I grew up with the PS2 and the Wii, so that's the main appeal. Yeah, I think part of the reason a lot of young people get into it is just because we have a lot of time. Like when I was 16, I wasn't doing much. I had high school. I did a couple extracurricular things, but it wasn't. Definitely not. It's a lot easier to devote just days worth of time to like a random thing when you don't have a full-time job. But there are also definitely some older people that get into it too. Like it's not exclusively not exclusively children. Alright, trying to make sure these are all soldered in properly before I go to all the effort of anchoring all the points down. Okay, my YouTube playlist may have hit the point where it's looping like the same 4 songs over and over. I might need to fix that. Okay. That looks good. I would assume the average age would be like late teens, early 20s. That might be the average age. It's just kind of hard to say. Like, I don't know exactly how old every single person that gets into building portables is. Like, going off the top of my head, let's see. Who are the big boys? Like, G-Man got into it when he was really young. I think Shank got into it during his mid to late teens. I think he was 17-ish. But yeah, there are also people who've gotten into it in like their 20s. Like Wesk, I think Wesk was like married. I think he's in his mid to late 20s. I actually don't know. But he's been into portables. He's a newer guy. He's in the trenches with all the young guys. But yeah, it's I don't think there's really too old or too young of an age. And it's also, that being said, it's also oftentimes easier to tell when you've got like a 14-year-old joining a Discord server. Okay, we're definitely looping the same like 5 songs. One sec. I don't know why YouTube does this, because it was running just fine earlier, but now it's it seems to be intent. I don't know, feeding us the same few songs. Okay. Let's reset it. Okay. Back to this. Do I not have a clamp mount or something to hold the PCBs? Not really. I mean, I've got like a little helping hands guy right here that I use for like wires. But I've tried a couple different PCB holders. I've never found one that I loved, but Yes, I was also way too broke at 14, 15. I needed my job to be able to pay for it, but I don't know, if you're a lucky 14 or 15-year-old, then you might have the funds to at least just dip your toes in it a bit. Yes, I will say building portable Wiis in the year 2022, it's a lot easier to get into than just even 5 years ago. Because yeah, I had to like buy a PAM 8804 audio amp, and headphones were like this extremely complex thing to do properly, and batteries required 3 different boards and a smart charger that cost like 40, 50 bucks. Nowadays, you just buy a PMS, you buy a UAmp, and then if you do have engineering experience, software experience, you can build your own boards and power stuff. It's still an option, but the baseline to get into it is much easier than it used to be, which is really, really good. Helps that you're familiar with it for wires already? Yeah. I used to try and tin magnet wire by hand, but that always hurt my fingers for some reason. So I switched to using a helping hand for that. I tried to buy like a fancy like helping hand thing that was really nice, and I just hated it. The hands always just fell apart, so I just have this cheap one. I don't even know where I got it from. I think my dad might have had it or something. But it just works. Although I have lost one of his arms, so it is now helping hand. But sometimes all you need is one hand. Yeah, Ben Heck is a classic. He is the original portabilizer. Oh, okay, I got scared for a second. Thought the screw post for this guy was missing. We're good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if... Like, I have no idea the quality on the helping hands I've got. Might be a really high quality set. I wouldn't be surprised. But they're getting old. I bought like this like 8-armed like Dr. Octopus looking thing. And I used it a few times to like actually like hold circuit boards, and I tried assembling like that. It was just a pain. I'd rather just use my hands. But I also think I bought one of the cheaper ones on Amazon, so that might have been a buy nice, buy twice situation that I did not pass. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say practice soldering on something that doesn't cost you money, or at least very much money, because killing a GC Plus isn't too bad, but if you do that to a PMS, that's gonna hurt. But yeah, if you're ruining pads on a GC Plus, you are doing something wrong. Those the PCBs for their tech uses are very, very nice. I don't think I've ever taken a pad off. Oh, especially with the whatever those pads are called. I don't remember what they're called, but I feel like they should be harder to take off. Yeah. I want to try and find like some good practice boards to recommend to people. That keyboard one seems good. My younger brother is really into like PCs and stuff, and so he's built his own keyboard, I think a couple times now. And so he's been able to practice soldering on things like key switches and stuff, which that's a good place to start. Those are nice and big. If you break a switch, it's usually not the end of the world. Okay. Looking snazzy. Let's make sure the Wii board still fits. Well, 330C I don't think is your issue, because I solder at 350C always. Which isn't necessarily proper technique. I just get annoyed when things don't heat up quickly. But alright. Looks like we still have a good fit, I think. Okay. I think I'm just gonna screw the motherboard in. Just go all in. Not really anything I can do in the meantime. Oh wait, is there anything I can clean up on this board before I put it in? Okay, we're gonna do... I normally don't care about the aesthetics of the trimmed Wii board too much. But I don't want, like, flux splotches and stuff to be on this guy. So we're gonna give it a quick bath. I remember seeing Shank's Pee-wee and being like, that is an impossible feat. And I saw the original Louii video and was like, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, Pee-wee's a pretty crazy build. I do want to do something similar to that for a future project. I want to do... I guess I'll spoil it a little bit. I want to do like a very small portable like that. And then I want to build an identical portable that's like 10 times bigger. So I use like full-on like joystick, arcade joysticks and stuff. I think that would be really fun. I'm trying to figure out like what I want to make the case out of for that project. But hang on one sec. I got to go grab my toothbrush. But yeah, a few people have done like similar to Pee-wee Pocket projects. Yvettle Griffin did... I don't remember what it was called, what he named it. Very pretty pink and white portable. And then Nold did a similar one too. Although I don't know if those had 4 batteries like the Pee-wee. But I don't know if doing something Pee-wee sized with the 4-layer tech PCBs would be all that easy. Because back then you just used like PTH rigs. And so you kind of just throw those wherever you wanted. Wherever there was like a little bit of space in the case. But with all these nice organized PCBs, you got to be a little bit... you have to actually plan out more big pieces that have to go in the boards. But with custom PCBs, you can still go tiny. But the chip shortage. I'm just glad the GPU shortage cleared up. I was able to buy a 3070 last week for like MSRP. It was crazy. So I don't think that necessarily equates to other chips coming back sooner. Seems like that's a larger issue, but at least something's looking up. Chip shortage is tolerable now as long as you don't need Atmel chips. I'll be honest, I don't know what Atmel means, but I know voltage regulators have still been, unless something changed very recently, I think there's still like 52-week lead times for like the favorite chips for building portables. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you're a keyboard guy, then that makes sense why those would be such a headache. But usually those aren't too bad for, or we don't use those much on portables. The PS2 portable, the optimal way to load games used to be like you connect up a Raspberry Pi, use like an SMB server, and that way you would get like good loading times and you could load games off of it. I think nowadays there's the memory card. Is it ASIO for all, or maybe I'm thinking of something completely different. But that exists for PS2 portables, and if I ever build another portable, I'll definitely use that. That seems to be the nice convenience of just wire something up. You don't have to set up a whole Raspberry Pi with actual good loading times. Okay, this is looking better. I think we'll call that good enough. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I don't remember if it only works on certain PS2 models, or if it's just a works for everything kind of thing. But that seems to be a really good option for any PS2 modding. but portables especially. Wonder how badly I'm going to burn my portable? Well, again, you've already spent a lot of money, but just buying like practice boards or just something you can get good at soldering on, I think that's what you want to do. Okay. Fingers are a little bit fluxy and all sticky. I'm gonna have to go wash them because I do not want to ruin this case. Alright. Just don't mess it up. If only it were that easy. Oh, hang on. Since we're going to be screwing this in place, hopefully for the last time, I need to put on thermal paste. Before I forget. Any recommended practice boards? You can look at what Iron linked you earlier. But I should just go on Amazon and buy a few and try them out. See which ones seem like useful learning tools and which ones aren't. Because, I mean, the way I learned to build portable was by just destroying things on my portable Wii. Which, hey look, it worked out in the end for me. But it wasn't the way to go. That might be too much thermal paste. Whatever. A little muff here. How do I... Could I just ban user? How does this work? There we go. You want more followers? Hey, look, you can DM that guy all you want. And just make sure to give him all of your credit card information. He needs all of it. All right. I think that's lined up. Alright, where are my 8mm screws? Tronic Fix claims he knows the perfect amount of thermal paste. I mean, I watched a couple videos on it recently, because I was assembling my PC, and thermal paste matters a lot more for that than it does on a portable Wii, but there's not really a wrong way to apply. As long as you don't put on way too much or way too little, you get pretty similar results all the way around. There's no magic technique that improves thermals or anything. Alright. One thing I've learned is that these screws are very cheap. These black ones that I use. And I have to be careful or else they'll just snap. And if they snap when I'm partway through screwing something in, that oftentimes means the case, or at least that screw post, is completely unusable. Which is very bad if that happens on a case like this, but... well, applying to yourself in chat happens, I suppose. Have I built the PC yet? Yes, it's actually the PC I'm streaming off of right now. Before I had two separate PC setups, one that I used for like streaming and doing stuff in my workspace, and then the other one was in like my bedroom. But now that my 3D printer is in a different room, I just built one very nice PC that I can use for streaming and design and gaming, and just use it all, just have it all on here. Okay, this screw is stripping a little bit. So we're just going to back it out before it becomes a problem later. I don't know if building an entire keyboard is necessarily the best way to go, unless you actually do want to build a custom keyboard. But alright, there we go. Screw number 2 works. Great. Let me throw out the stripped one so I don't actually try to use it later. The Ishida looks like if a wave bird swallowed a melon. Well, that is kind of its whole design. Alright. There we go. There's a screw hole. Will it matter for screwing the motherboard that there is solder on the ground pad / holes? So I would recommend soldering to the ground pads as little as possible. So that way you don't accidentally like take up too much space on like a screw hole or something. But like you can see, here, let me zoom in a bit. You can see like here, I've got some solder on there, and that's okay as long as it's not blocking the screw. But there are also a million ground pads on the Wii, so these ones are definitely convenient though. But oh, whoops. Okay, one thing I should have done before screwing in the board all the way was probably attach the USB wires, but I think I can still do it without too much issue. Okay. Triggers are still all good. Let's, what's it looking like? Ooh. Alright, it looks pretty snazzy. Okay. I think I do want to clean up the wires over here a little bit, but I can do that later on without too much issue. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this ground wire for the battery soldered. Oh, and I've also got an IPS screen again for this build. So my one concern is that when I moved, I just put all of my screens in a box. Because I was like, oh yeah, I'll be nice and organized. But I'm not 100% sure which screens are just basic ones and which ones are IPS. So I'm hoping the one I grabbed, I'm pretty sure it's in like the same like bubble wrap it was when I bought it. So hopefully this one's IPS. Yeah, if you're interested in gaming keyboards, definitely a good practice kit. I built one keyboard in the past, but I didn't do a good job with the stabilizers or like lubricating stuff. I didn't lubricate anything, and so it didn't feel that great. But I used my younger brother's keyboard, who like went the whole 9 yards with his, and his is really nice. So I may go for a rebuild at some point. All right. I'll build a nice PC once I'm stateside, like in August. Yep, I think now's the time to do it. Okay. let's do USB wires, since those are going to be a pain. I'd rather just deal with it now. Okay, actually, I take it back. I'm going to do these voltage wires first, because they're in the way. Oh, also ignore, I have like a couple caps relocated, like here and here. You don't need to do that for a Louii. I think this was a weird Louii. The old Louii that this one was in was a weird one. It was the only USB-C original Louii I ever built. And so I had to do a whole bunch of weird modifications to the Wii and to the bit-built store boards in order to get everything to fit. But we don't need to do any of that anymore, so don't worry about it too much. Well, I entered the BitBuilt Summer Modding Competition. I registered, and I've got a project that I'm planning to submit, although I haven't started a work log for it yet. I need to do that. But yeah, I will probably enter it. I didn't enter last year because the PS2 Eclipse was my big project, but it was too old to enter, unfortunately. But I've got a couple, or at least one new project this summer. So I'm hopeful to get it all built this week, maybe? We'll see. It's a very strange project. I don't know if it'll get a lot of votes, but it's a more of a joke project than a serious one. Where are you planning on getting your Sheeta case printed? Because if you're trying to save money, I'd recommend just getting it like normally 3D printed. Or through JLC. Honestly, JLC is probably about as much as just a normal 3D printed case. Wait. Oh, dear. Okay, I just soldered the ground wire where 1.15 volts is supposed to go. Actually, this is fine. Okay. Usually I'd solder ground like right here. That's like, because I don't use that screw post on the Louii. But conveniently, this cap has a nice ground pad on it. So we'll just do one of these. Perfect. All right. Crisis averted. Well, it will be well balanced. You are right on that front. Yeah, that's a good move. You can also, if you want a different color than gray, black, or white, you can always do a paint job. Okay, I hope this one's 1.15 volts. Usually I use the blue wire as 1.15. Unless I went crazy and decided to mix things up. Where did I put my wire strippers? Over here. Oh, where did... Hang on, I think I might have lost a wire. There's a 1.8 volt wire that I'm gonna need later, and I'm worried I might have buried it. Oh wait, is it one of... The nice part about a clear case is that I can see where the wires go from the outside. Is it one of these? Oh, it's this guy. It's this guy. Okay, never mind. We're good. Gonna pay one of my friends to paint it since it's a white filament. All right, just make sure they know what they're doing. because it's very easy to do a bad paint job. The first paint job I ever did for a portable was a bad paint job. Partially because I did that cool thing of ask for advice and then ignore all of it and do my own thing. That's a really good strat for building portables. Or I guess doing any sort of hobby where other people are more experienced than you. But even now that I do most of the proper techniques, it's still tough. Oh, that is not a good joint. Come on. Alright, that's good enough. Probably a little bit too much solder, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, and then this one is a 1-volt wire. And there's a nice 1-volt pad right here, so I'll just piggyback off of it. How can it be that Benji is single-handedly making an Xbox 360 portable and we're all struggling to get the Wii U running? I mean, most of the time when somebody has like breakthroughs on consoles come when someone is really passionate about that console and really wants to get it portableized. Like the Wii was a couple people working together and getting that all figured out. I think just nobody is all that passionate about getting the Wii U portableized right now. Like the Dreamcast too. Like Dreamcast wasn't really used in all that many portables for a while. And then G-Man got really interested in it, and he made a bunch of good like breakthroughs and stuff on it. And I believe Yvetal, I always forget how you pronounce it, and Wesk have been working on some big Dreamcast stuff. So I'm sure someday someone will go, you know what, I want to figure out the Wii U. I'm going to spend the time and the money and just get it done. And I think once that happens, Wii U portables will be a thing, but it might be a while before anyone cares, just because the Switch is like already essentially a portable Wii U. Like once they added Pikmin 3 Deluxe on the Switch, like I have a very hard time imagining myself turning on a Wii U to play Wii U games. I think it's a really cool homebrew machine, but aside from that, Wii U games are probably not what I would use it for. Okay. We'll leave this 3.3 volt wire for now. I'll figure out what to do with him later. Okay, now back to the USB wires. So I already have the USB line soldered over here. So I just need to bring these over. They're a bit long right now, so we'll try. There shouldn't be 20 minutes of wire twisting this stream, since I've already soldered the joints for most of the things that need twisted wire. But I'll probably have to tweak some of the wires a little bit. There we go. I do think Wii U portables have a lot of cool factor to them, though, since I'd imagine whoever like builds the first one is probably going to go for some sort of DS style format, because that would definitely be snazzy. One for the gamepad screen, one for the Wii U screen. I guess I could see myself turning on the Wii U if I wanted to play Wind Waker again. Because the Wind Waker remake they did for the Wii U is really good. But there's not much else. Okay, I'm pretty sure the red wire is data plus and the yellow one is data minus. So we're going to operate off that assumption. DSU? Yeah. Okay. All right, that's one data line. Okay, I think the other one is secured well enough. It's a little hard to tell. It's an awkward solder joint. But we'll leave it for now. How do you solder to the cells without the cell dying? Soldering to batteries isn't ideal. You won't have to do it on the Ishida at all. But as long as you only heat up the battery for a little bit, and you get it like good solder joints on there, you generally won't kill a battery. I've never seen anyone like never seen anyone blow up an 18650 before. So you'd have to try really hard to make that happen. But most modern portables nowadays use like battery tabs and stuff just because that's so much easier. So if you're designing a portable, I definitely recommend battery tabs, but the Louii battery tabs won't fit. Like there just isn't enough clearance between like the cells and the triggers for it. So it's a necessary evil, unfortunately. Hang on, I need to check something. I forget if I need to solder the minus end of the thermistor or the plus end of the thermistor. There we go. Minus, okay. People are going to say they use battery tabs with foam or something. They might be talking about set tabs that are like pre-soldered to the battery. Those might work. I won't guarantee it, but those are closer in size. Why are so many still using 18650 when 21700 are becoming widely available with more capacity? I think it's a size thing. Like 18650s are a really good like sized battery if you're doing a portable with like a 5-inch screen. But 21700s still get used. The Ishida uses those. I think a couple of people have done PS2 portables with them. So they're definitely also good batteries for portables. But 18650s have just kind of been the standard for a while. And they just fit nicer. Hey, Wesk. How's it going? Oh, okay. Stripped off a little too much on this wire. I think I can clip it without it being too short. Just chill, doing some scanning. What are you scanning today? Oh, I hope that wasn't too much. It might have been too much. Oh, GBA player? Ooh. Is it just for funsies, or do you have like a project planned for that? I had a request. Guess that makes sense. I need to go through the model repository and see what all you've scanned. I haven't checked in a while. I might have a project that I'll be using like a GameCube controller scan for, but it might be a little while before I get around to it. But I'm glad we have a scanner now, like you. So your scans are very nice. I think I might have seen that. Is that something you made, or is that something from like custom GameCube controller Discord? Because I think I remember seeing that in there, but it might have just been yours. But step file would be very nice. Oh, the Panda guys. That makes sense. I tried to register for the Panda controller Kickstarter, but then they took it down. So, oh well. Okay. Bonk my head into the mic again. Yeah, it did sound like it was a parts issue, but it's unfortunate. It seemed like a really cool controller to have. Assuming you like the GameCube controller. If not, then probably not what you're looking for. Okay. So now I'm just soldering up the little 1.8 volt wire. The PMS Lite, you still have to wire up 1.8 volts, even though there isn't a 1.8 volt regulator on the PMS, but I think it's used as like a reference voltage or something. I actually had to solder a 1.8 volt regulator back onto this Wii motherboard, because I had removed it last time I put this thing together. Might buy another cheap GameCube controller to get the second Z button. I would make sure that the Z button in that controller is compatible with the Yoshida. Because some third-party controllers use like similar looking buttons, but they aren't actually the same. Which will cause a problem. But yeah, the second Z button is a bit obnoxious sometimes. But oh well. I just need to figure out how to resin cast Z buttons properly, because I've tried a few times in the past and they always have issues. But I think I just need a better mold. Where did I put the three little buttons? Well, hope those turn up. You have to trim it either way? Then I guess it probably doesn't matter too much, as long as it's the same mechanism. Alright, well that's slightly concerning, but we'll worry about it later. Okay. What wires can I solder up currently? These are SDA and SCL, I believe. These two are for the LED. No. These two are for the LED. What is this? What is this one for? Oh. I think this one might just be ground for the U amp. Beautiful hands. I gotta... My hands are in rough shape right now. Because I was doing a bunch of cleaning and they were in gloves for like 3 days straight. And now my skin is all cracked and stuff. And I always forget to put on moisturizer to help fix that. So they are not pretty right now. Gonna try to figure out how to not burn a hole through my PMS when installing it. Yep, that's a good idea. Okay. Let's bust out the multimeter. Figure out if this thing is ground. Yeah, G-Boys aren't available for sale anymore. Yeah, okay, that's definitely a ground wire. There'll probably be like a remake of the G-Boy at some point that uses like newer parts and stuff and doesn't rely on the kit. But yeah, as of right now, no way to buy, unfortunately. Okay. These wires are all going to the other side of the case. I can't do anything with them right now. Okay, let's solder down the ground wires for the triggers. Maybe I should have just used green wires everywhere. It would have fit the theme. Also would have made figuring out what everything is a nightmare. How long did your first portable take to build? We're in a loop again. It's tough to measure time on like how long a project took to build, just because I wasn't working on it like every single day. But I think the first portable Wii I ever built, I started building it in like April, and it was finished-ish in July. But a part of that was waiting a long time for parts. A part of that was breaking things and then having to wait a long time for new parts. So it just kind of depends. Like putting one together once you've got like everything in front of you and you're good at soldering and you know what you're doing, it doesn't take too long. But building a first one, there's always that learning curve, and that just takes different people different amounts of time. So it's really hard to estimate. Hey there, MP3. How's it going? Alright, that's one ground wire. Yeah, I'm looking at that nerd, don't worry. I'm keeping a close eye on him. I gotta go. Glad to hear you're doing well. Okay. I think we're almost done with everything we can do on the back half. I think I can do some audio wires. And then we can connect a few more things from the PMS to the Wii, but then we gotta start working on the other side. Oh, that's right. Alright, it's not the prettiest solder joint ever, but I don't think you'll be able to see it from outside the case. Okay, those are trigger wires. I can't do anything with them right now. Let me sort out these video wires. Can't do anything with this one right now. Or this one. Okay, these two are audio. Wait, is that weird. Okay. Alright, I think it's literally just these two wires and then this 3.3 volt wire are the last two things I can do right now. And I've gone ahead and preemptively shielded the SCL and the SDA wires because last time I was getting weird interference on them. And shielding them just fixed it. So I'm just going to do that from the start this time to ensure I don't have to do anything later. Yeah, this screen is... It looks pretty snazzy. That's what it looks like from the other side right now. 4-layer tech is getting some nice advertising. Oh, that's... Ah, hang on. I just realized there's a smudge here from when I was doing the data wires. Oh. Okay, those scratches are new. That's... Oh, wait. Okay, they're just smudges. They wipe off. That's good. Okay. I don't remember which one is SCL and which one is SDA, so I'm going to look at my picture real quick. Okay, SDA is double red. I need to pull up the diagram too. 4-layer tech. Documents. SCW and SDW. Oh. So SDW, I can't read, is all red. Which is the one... We'll do SCW first. That's this one. I don't think you want to twist these together. I'm pretty sure you want them separate. So I'm going to untangle them. Okay. This should be the right length. And then I think the orange wire is the one I soldered to SCW. Should be untwisted enough. Perfect. Oh, I need to clean up the old SCW and SDW pads. So I think this portable used to use them for something. I don't... Maybe the audio board? It's been a while since I used the old BitBuilt store stuff. I don't really remember. Alright, where... Usually you don't want to tin the via you're soldering to before you solder to it, but I've already soldered to these vias before, so there's not really a good way to get a wire back into the via without just tinning it again. So we're just going to go that route today. If you had some nice solder wick, you could probably pull it off, but I don't know. Alright. Now I gotta find a ground spot for the other wire. The old UAMP did use those. Did it use them all the time, or only if you were using them for controller-controlled audio? Because I think I usually used just button-controlled audio on most of the Louis I built once the UAMP came out. Before then, I was using the classic Wii HUD amp. Which, I think essentially still lives on through the UAMP. But Wii HUD has not been discussed in a long time. Yeah, I thought it was just if you're using Wii HUD. But who knows? Okay. So there's that one, and now I've got the double red wire. The one downside to using twisted wire the same color is that you don't really know which is which. So I'll have to do a bit of probing to figure that out, but it shouldn't be too bad. Hey there, Hahaki P Nuggets. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too badly. Alrighty, now we gotta figure out which wire is which. So I'm gonna tin both of them, and then I should be able to hit the SDW spot on the PMS with my multimeter. So we'll see which one of these wires lights up. So this is how a ghost is made. I don't know about ghosts, but hopefully a portable Wii. Although we'll see. If I shock myself too badly, then I guess I become a ghost. Okay. Lower wire is definitely SDW. Nice. Got a good solder joint first time. Typo, G-Boy. I guess those two are slightly different. But yes, G-Boy is a very similar process. Although probably a little bit easier, since there's more custom boards involved in it. Alright, there we go. So those wires are done. Now I just gotta solder down this 3.3 volt guy. It's a little long. It is still shuffling. Do you need a soul to be a ghost? I thought you just needed a soul to go to heaven. Being a ghost sounds hype. Heaven, though? Sounds very cloudy. What song is this? I think it's in an unlisted playlist here. I'll link it. Okay. Copy. It's, I think it's a Final Fantasy VII song. Are G-Boys still on pre-order now? It's been a long while. No, G-Boys, unfortunately, the kit isn't available anymore. So, if you wanted one, you'll have to wait until somebody remakes them, essentially. Which, I think G-Man does have plans to do a redesign at some point and get it compatible with all the new boards and stuff. But, for now, they're unavailable. Alright. Alright, I think this is the last wire we're going to do on the back side for now. So we'll get to move on to front assembly after this. Perfect. Alrighty. Oh, I guess... Here, we'll do the battery wires real quick, too. At least most of them. Not every single one. Jeez. Oh, that's why those wires are stuck. They're supposed to be on this side. I won't connect the PMS to the batteries yet, but I'll run this wire over. Okay, how long do we need it to be? We'll go with this long and hope it's enough. Have I ever tried to add a sensor bar and Wii controller support? Yeah, a couple of my old portables. I did have like a built-in sensor bar and a full Wii remote compatibility. The issue is that I just never like found myself like wanting to like point a Wii remote like at the little screen and like get it set up on a stand and all that. So I just kind of stopped putting it in my portables. But if you are a big fan of Wii games and you know that you're going to want to use those, it's adding a sensor bar isn't very hard. And adding Wii remote compatibility, you just have to relocate the Bluetooth module, which is a little tricky, but it is not an impossible feat. It's just tough enough that I don't really want to do it on any builds I don't have to. But it used to be a required relocation, so everyone used to always have to do it. Alright. Batteries are all good. Oh, okay, this wire's way too long. Alright, we'll bunch it up somewhere else later on. Okay, let's set this off to the side and start working on the front half. Yeah, I used to have a keyboard right here, but now my PC setup is right here. So I should probably just get like a second like little keyboard mouse controller thing that's like wireless or something. So that way I don't have to reach over here every single time. But yeah, it is a little awkward for now. But the advantage is that I just have this PC set up for everything all the time. So it is at least a trade-off. Okay, so before we start working on the case, I need to get these two circuit boards assembled. So I'm dumb, and I spent a whole bunch of time redesigning these boards to be perfect and have zero flaws, and work with the new case. And then I went on PCBWay and reordered the old PCBs somehow instead of the new ones. So the boards in the Louii files look a little bit different from these. They're a little bit better. There's a different LED setup that's a lot easier to use. So if things look a little different, don't worry about it too much. That's my fault. But yeah, I definitely think something wireless would be the way to go for me. I'm trying to think, because I forgot one of the issues with these boards is that these pads for the speakers aren't connected to the vias for soldering to the speakers. So I'm gonna have to wire to the speaker by hand, but that shouldn't be too bad. So I just need to attach the orange squishy tacks and whatever those things are called. The things that hold the FFC connectors or FCC connectors, whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know how I did it because I lost. I don't know how I did this either, but I lost all of the Louii, like the files that I remade to upload on the forums. I lost those conveniently after I uploaded them onto the forums. So I was able to just re-download them. But I don't know what happened to the old. I must have rewritten or overwritten the old PCB files somehow, which I don't know how I would have done that. But I should double check and make sure that the right ones are in the Louii thread. I'm pretty sure they are because I've seen people order the boards and they have the right ones. So I guess I just really managed to screw it up. Do you make these for other people? Not normally. I don't really do commissions anymore. I used to do them a lot. They kind of got old. It's kind of frustrating doing the same thing over and over again. This one I am kind of selling. Somebody bought a Louii from me a long time ago, and they wore the case out really bad, and it had a couple issues. So they're paying me to essentially rebuild them one. But I don't normally do sales. But I'll occasionally sell one. If I've got something I'm trying to buy and it's just like, I'll just sell a portable and fund it. But alright. Now we'll do a bit of classic drag soldering. Okay. Should be good. These connectors aren't too hard to solder. You just have to be careful to not use too much solder. How much is it to make it yourself? It kind of depends. The parts for a portable Wii, I would say, are usually around $250, $200. As long as you don't like break anything. But if you don't have like the tools and stuff to build one, then you'll have to spend money on like a soldering iron and wires and tweezers and all that. And that probably costs like $100, maybe $150 to buy like decent quality stuff. You don't need anything crazy, but if you cheap out, you're gonna have a lot of issues. But yeah, yeah, after building a lot of commissions, I've seen it all. Maybe not all, but I've seen a lot. And yeah, the best customer is the one that buys a portable from me and then never uses it. because then I just never have to hear from them. But most of the people I've sold to have been like great and fine and like take good care of it, and like the issues they have are usually like software related, and it's like, oh, okay, here's a good program you could use to get around that. But the worst one I had was it was one of the last Louis I sold. Or I guess not one of the last ones, but it was a Louis I sold, and I sold it to a guy, and he got it, and he said he was having like audio issues, like the sound wouldn't work. And so I said, all right, send it back. So he sent it back, and I couldn't, audio worked fine for me. There were no issues. And so I like retold him how to do things like raise the volume, lower the volume. And he got it back, said that audio still didn't work. And so I said, all right, send it back to me one more time. I'll redo everything, I guess. I guess something's shipping, and then something's breaking and shipping, and then fixing and shipping. And then I didn't hear from him for like 3 months. And like 2 months after that message, I moved. I moved to a different place. And I heard back from him like 3 months later. And he was like, hey, did you get the portable? And I was like, no, I didn't get the portable. Where did you send it to? He was like, oh, I sent it to your old place. Or to the address I'd given him before. And I was like, I don't live there anymore. Did it get sent back to you? And he was like, no, I didn't put a return address on it. And so I went back and checked with my old place, and they had a policy of just shipping back packages for people that no longer live there. And so he managed to lose the portable because he didn't put his return address on a product he spent like $1,000 on. And so I said, hey, I'm sorry, man. It got lost in the mail. I don't really know what to do here. I'm sorry. And then he never messaged me again, thankfully. So I never had to deal with that. But that was that had potential to be very, very bad if he got angry about that. But oh, and also when he shipped the portable back, he'd only had it for like a few days, and it was nasty. Like gamer gunk everywhere, like Doritos dust just coating like the Switch sticks. It was nasty. So I don't know how long it would have lived with him anyways, but yeah, I don't know. It's also a 3D printed case. It's relatively easy to clean. You just take some isopropyl alcohol and rub it down, but the guy I sold it to was, I guess, a gamer through and through. Not that I'm going to pretend that my controllers are all flawless, beautiful, no gamer gunk whatsoever, but it at least takes a few months to get good build up on mine. But was he using TRRS? What is TRRS? I don't know what that is. I'll tell you, he wasn't using his brain. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, so ever since then, whenever someone ships it back, I then have to run them through the, hey, make sure you put your return address on item. Because you never know. Please, Mountain Dew Gamer. Apparently. Oh, here, I guess I could show, like, this is after a couple of years of use when someone shipped it back. So this is the old case it was in. And then there's definitely some gamer gunk buildup in the buttons. But it's not an atrocious amount. And the stick is definitely a little bit yellower than it was when I shipped. But he used it for like 2-3 years. So that's reasonable wear and tear, I'd say. And I also have to use the cheap third-party GameCube sticks, which probably take stains a little worse than the OEM ones, but that's alright. Professional portable Wii player. I don't know if that's what he was. I think pros tend to take pretty good care of their equipment. It's a different connector that has an extra pin for mic stuff. Oh. I don't know. I think he said the speakers didn't work. Like, I asked if like the speakers or headphones worked, just to try and do some like bass troubleshooting in case it was like something dumb on his end. And I think he said neither one of them worked. So, I don't know. But I guess that's good to know. Alright, I'm just chopping all the little legs off of the switches now that they're in place. Okay. This one's all good. I've got a little LED on this board, but the final circuit boards just use like the stock LED that 4-layer tech ships it with, so that should be easier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Guess he was trying to use a gaming headset with it. That would make sense, but I don't know. That guy also wasn't the brightest bulb, so I don't know if troubleshooting with him would have done much. From AliExpress. If you're talking about the GameCube stick caps, they're probably the same ones that are sold on AliExpress. I think I got them from Amazon most of the time. Might need to order more, actually. I might be all out. I'll have to check. Alright. Louii PCBs are fairly easy to assemble, though. I don't put any tiny parts on them. I mostly just use them to attach to other 4-layer tech boards to make assembly easier. And I think someone said that the old 3D printed mounts also still work in most cases on the Louii. So if you don't want to use circuit boards at all, you might be able to get away with like looking at the old Louii files and maybe modifying a couple things, but I think it's like 15 bucks for all the PCBs and you get like 10 of each copy. So probably cheaper if it's your first order from PCBWay or JLC. But custom circuit boards are great. I like them a lot. And it's a pretty easy skill to learn if you want to learn how to design your own. Okay. Oh, I got one other thing to do with this board. Once I trim the legs off. Oh, yeah, IPS screen. Have you used the 3.5-inch one in anything so far? Because the IPS 3.5-inch screen that's probably my favorite screen. Although the IPS 5-inch one is really good too. But never play it, just want it done. Yeah, that's how it goes. But the 3.5-inch IPS one is very juicy. I've got a G-Boy kit myself that I need to put together at some point. I want to get a pretty case for it though. So once I decide on some sort of color scheme or something, I'll probably just go for it. Yeah, the pixel density on it is crazy. I could never go back to the old like 240p ones that the G-Boy uses. I've got a G-Boy with that old screen in it, and I turned it on the other day to test and make sure it still works, and ugh, horrible. I'm also glad I ordered a ton of the 3.5 inch 480p ones because the price went up on those a lot once like the chip shortage hit. But I think I'm still sitting on a stockpile of like 8 to 10 of them. Maybe less than that. Because I think I used a couple to upgrade a few G-Boys. And I think a couple of them are broken and don't work for whatever reason. But it's the terrible colors and contrast? Yeah, I guess. But the fewer pixels are pretty bad when like there are games with text in them. From what I've experienced. Okay. Alright, so now I'm going to actually start putting this thing together. Where did I put... I'm pretty sure I grabbed the LED pipes, but I don't know where I put them. One sec. I just put them back in the box. Alright, scan's been uploaded. Gotta be a father again. Alright, Wes, thanks for stopping by. Well, you aren't missing out on much, MP3. Just a piece of portabilizing history, I suppose. Oh, nice. The LED pipe just went straight in. That is one of the nice part about resin cases, is that things usually fit into holes a little easier. Assuming you designed it properly. Okay. So, I always have to assemble this in like a weird order. And I always have to figure out what that order is. I'm pretty sure the right board can just go straight in without any issues. Where? Oh, there we go. Perfect. And then... Oh, wait. Okay, I still need to do the extra step on this board. So on this board, this is all the soldering you have to do. But you want to add... There's this little 3D printed piece that you use to give the D-pad like an axis to rotate on. And it's not required, but it's what prevents you from being able to press like the left and right buttons at the same time. So it just helps the D-pad feel a little bit better. So you just have to put on a little bit of super glue and drop it in the center. Just like that. You just want to be careful and make sure you've got it pretty well centered. Is it possible for a Wii Boy SP? There's a few different projects like that. I think the one probably closest to what you're envisioning is Stoned Edge's Wii Boy Advance SP? I can never remember what everyone calls their portables, but it's some variation of Game Boy Advance SP. And it's a very small Wii portable, 3.5 inch screen, a really, really nice portable too. But I think it's pretty close in size to a Game Boy Advance SP. But if you just want like a folding portable, there are lots of those out there. Of varying degrees of smallness and snazziness. But clamshell portables aren't too tough. There's just a little bit more design work involved. Alright. Oh, sure. So, one thing about the Louii, you don't actually have to screw in the joysticks themselves. because they get held in place by this circuit board. So that helps makes things a little easier. As long as these screws are nice and strong, or screw posts. This is a good one. No one fully appreciates the Wii Fit OST. Maybe not. Everyone was just working out too hard to appreciate the Wii Fit OST, you know? Ooh. That looks pretty snazzy. This is your first look into Wii portabilizing? I mean, this is honestly probably a somewhat deep place to... Well, not that deep. But, yeah. There are lots of... I'm pretty sure Stone Edge has a video about his Game Boy portable. I'll see if I can find a video of it when I've got a sec. But it's a very cool one. Is there still a screw post up there? There's not. Okay. That's fine. One thing with the resin cases that you have to be careful of is over-screwing the screw post. Sometimes you can just keep turning it and you're just wearing down the screw post. So you gotta kind of guess when the screw's all the way in. You should stop turning. Oh, whoops. Oh. Ah! Okay. This should be all good. I'm a little bit worried that this speaker right here might not be making contact with the circuit board, though. But, oh wait, I can test that really easily. Okay, yep. One of them definitely isn't making contact quite right. Alright, let's see. I might just be able to jam it in there. Actually... Alright, I might have to run an extra wire. I'm pretty sure I fixed that issue with the new PCBs, but I ordered the wrong ones, so... I don't get to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Okay. So then, I think we install the screen next, and the screen holder. And then I think we install the PCB on the left side. Okay. Hopefully this one's IPS. We're also going to make sure to fold the sticker out, or the peel tab out, so we can grab it easily later. There's some warping on the like the screen holder a little bit, but I don't think it'll be an issue once everything's all screwed down. I hope, at least, because I don't really have a fix for it if it doesn't do that. One of the PCBWay rep accounts left an interesting reply to your tweet. Was it Elaine? Well, close enough, I think. She's the one I work with for like videos and stuff. She's very nice. Her English isn't flawless, but... Do you have any ideas for new YouTube videos? Yes, I talked about it a little bit earlier. I have 2 projects where all the design work is done and they're ready to be put together. But one of them, I'm very stumped on like the scripting and the filming stuff for it. I can't figure out what I want to do with it. And so I've just kind of put that project on hold, and I started working on a new project where I definitely know what I want the script to be. And so I'm hopeful to have the video for that one out by the end of this month. This week I'm going to try and put the project all together. I got the circuit boards for it this week, so I don't have any excuses for not just doing it. But yeah, videos have been slower than I'd hoped. Things just always take longer than I want them to, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll still at least get 2 videos out this summer. We'll see though. There will at least be one very good video, I hope. Alright, so now we're gonna install the screen holder, which is a little bit precise. Okay, I think this should be good. But can it play online though? So there's not a whole lot of online functionality that Wii's have. It's essentially all homebrew stuff at this point. You can play like Mario Kart Wii online, or you can play Phantasy Star Online 2. There are some custom homebrew servers for that. But there's just so little you can do with it. And getting Wi-Fi working on a portable Wii is pretty tricky. You have to relocate the Wi-Fi module, which is a very difficult relocation. One of the hardest on the Wii. And so it's generally not worth the effort. And I think some of the Mario Kart stuff you can't even play online with like a portable setup. You need to have like the original disc and all that. So I've built one portable Wii that had Wi-Fi functionality because the person I was building it for really wanted to play Phantasy Star Online. That was an important thing for them. So I built the Wi-Fi module into it. I made sure the Phantasy Star Online actually worked, and it was kind of cool to have a portable Wii with Wi-Fi functionality. But it's just one of those generally impractical, so I'm not going to spend the time to do it features. Call of Duty Wii Online. I don't know if that was a great experience even when the Wii services were up. Are there like homebrew servers for playing that? I have a hard time imagining like dang it. Imagining a lot of people who want to play like Call of Duty Online for the Wii specifically. Where did I put my 6mm screws? Oh yeah, and the Wii's the Wii's Wi-Fi functionality is it is just pretty bad as a baseline. Where? Really? 5,000 to 6,000 people still care? That's surprising to me. I would have figured everyone would have just moved on to like just playing Call of Duty somewhere else. Because I can't imagine the Wii. Is there something special about the Wii Call of Duty that makes it like desirable to still play? rather than just doing like whatever the new ones are on PC. I mean, some people do still play older games, like Melee, of course. And then, like, Mario Kart Wii is still really popular. I think there are some older, like, Marvel vs. Capcom games that are still pretty big. But... okay. Alright, so the screen holder is all in place. This FFC cable is getting stretched a little bit though. I don't know if I like that. I'm also not convinced it's going in all the way. That's a lot of exposed copper. Oh, the servers are still up for it? I guess that would make more sense. I guess motion controls. I guess that's kind of odd to hear motion controls being desirable in a game, but I guess for a shooter it might be nice. I never had Call of Duty for the Wii as a kid. My parents were very anti-shooter games. But I guess I can see that. That is funny if the servers are still up. Really, Call of Duty DS still has players. Now that's crazy. There we go. Okay. Alright, so now we're probably going to have a bit of a boring segment coming up because I need to get these buttons fitted properly inside the case. Which it usually takes a little bit of sanding, a little bit of boosting the buttons. Oh, wait. But we'll get there. Maybe not too much sanding though. We'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky. Oh! Try not to lose any buttons. I think I do have extra black buttons. Rather not bust those out. Oh, I should figure out if this Z button works or not. Because I will need to fiddle with stuff if it doesn't. Oh, which tax rate? Here we go. Is this from an actual game or is it a cover? It looks like it's FF7R OST. Wild Day Chocobo. This isn't boring. I find it relaxing. Well, that's good to hear. I think different people have different tastes in streams, and I'll be honest, I don't think I would watch my own streams. But I'm glad other people enjoy them, because I do have fun doing them. But portable Wii assembly tends to not be super exciting, but that's how it goes. Okay. Okay, it doesn't look like I'll need to do any tweaking to the Z button. It's a bit stiff. But as long as it goes down and goes back into place, I think that's fine. Alright, I'm not gonna... Do I super glue? I'll wait to super glue it in place. That's another spot in the case where you have to use super glue. Okay. So the A button was rubbing a little bit, so I'm gonna trim off just a tear. Alright. Let's see if it fits now. Okay. Oh, start button. Start button's right here. Alright, let's do a quick test and see how the buttons are feeling. I think they're going to be a little too short to start. Ooh, looks cool though. Okay. Actually, these don't feel too bad. I think the B button might actually be perfect. I want to boost up A, X, and Y a little bit though. Poke my eye out with my soldering iron. The not hot end, thankfully. Okay. And then I couldn't figure out where I put my 3x5 note cards. That's usually what I'll cut up to like add just a little bit of height to buttons. But we're going to have to stick with just boring old paper today. I like the 3.5 cards a little better because they're thicker. But I'm not sure where I put those when I packed, so... Alright. Let's try... I think the resin case is going to make aligning the buttons a little easier, because the walls are very smooth. On a 3D printed case, like button wells, they're a little bit more ridgy because of the layer lines and such. And those don't work super well with the switch buttons. So I think that might help make this a lot easier. We'll see though. Alright, so I've got 5 bends currently. We're gonna drop that on the A button. And then I think we'll do 3 on X and Y. We'll give that an initial test. Alright. We got our paper boosters. Let's see how these work. Oh, I forgot to test the start button. Oh well. We'll do that next time. Why isn't it going in anymore? Oh. Yeah, I'm still here, YouTube. Alright, let's try it now. A is much better. X is much better. Wow, okay. It might just be good, honestly. I mean, I don't know why I'm telling you guys. You guys can't feel it, but... I think I'll just screw this board in place for now. And then I might have to take it off one more time later to make some final adjustments. But I like how they feel for now. So we're just going to roll with it. Oh, wait, start button. I need to test the start button. Oh yeah, start button needs a boost. All right. We'll just fold this one as many times as I can and see if it's enough. Alright, that's much better for the start button. Alright. Now I think we're good to screw this board down. Oh, wait. Before we screw it down, I need to actually solder wires to the speaker. Because I did not remember to order the right PCBs, so that pad is still disconnected. Where did I put my baggie full of wires? Because I have a bag full of just miscellaneous twisted wire. It's probably one of these. Oh, wait, I see it. Ha! Alright, we're good. Okay. Oh, and I even have red and green twisted wire. 30 gauge. Not much of it, though. Okay, where's the U-amp? So the U-amp is going to sit right here. So I need to get to R plus and R minus. So... whatever. I'm probably going to need to use most of this. So we'll just go ahead and trim it to size later. Should be good. Alright, so once this next board is screwed into place, I think it'll mostly just be... Oh, I'll have to put the U-amp on. That should be pretty easy though. I just need to solder the headphone jack to it. And then I'll just need to run a bunch of wires across the two halves. beakers are magnetic, so you always got to be a little careful when you're soldering to them, because they like to just jump and attach to the soldering iron, which is really exciting the first time it happens and you're not expecting it. All right. Perfect. All right, now I think we can install the circuit board. Trying to think if there's any other last minute things that I need to do. But I think we're good to just go for it, I hope. That looks all right from the outside. I am running out of little screws. I'm going to need to grab more in a bit. Oh, this is... Okay, I need to actually find the 6mm screws, because I could get away without them on those earlier ones, but I don't think I can do that here. These are 8mm, these are 8mm, these are 4mm, so where are the 6mm screws? Oh, wait, I think I see them. Alright, they were just in a pile with all the other random components. Alright. Glad those were found quickly. Oh, I also need some more little ones. I do think that the green PCBs look really nice through the green case, because they just look green. Doesn't change too much, although I do think black PCBs probably would have looked really good too. Am I lined up with that screw hole? Looks like it. Screw is not going in like it should. I think it might be off center just a bit. I think I can get around that. Let's see. Alright, this one's being especially tricky for some reason. We're going to try and put this one in first, because it's just not lining up, and I can't figure out why. Okay, looks like the hole is a little bit... Oh, whoops. Hole's a little bit too far to the left. I might have changed the design. Oh! Okay, I think this is one of the things that I changed on the final circuit boards, but I didn't change it on... Well, and then I forgot to order the new circuit boards. Because I do remember adjusting the screw post a little bit. Alright. I think I can still make it work. I just should have 3D printed out the old version of the screen holder. Alright. Alright, surely this is the last time, right? Ah, there it goes. Alright. The rest of these should be pretty easy. That screw post is just tricky because it has to go through 2 circuit boards and then into a 3D printed part, which is then screwed into other 3D printed parts. So it's not a 1 to 2 connection like all the other screw posts are. These ones should all be... Oh, I guess I've been... camera moment. I've been doing all this in the spot that's covered up by my webcam. I think there's also an additional screw post that I can't use. I think it was like around here somewhere. And I designed it into the new circuit boards, but it's not a part of this one. So watch out for that if you're using the new circuit boards. Oh, come on. Okay, let's see. This is how we're looking. That's... Oh, what the... Okay, ABXY start, I'll feel great. D-pad, something is amiss. Because I cannot press it at all. I wonder if the yellow thing is causing interference. Because the nice part about the clear case is that I can see, and the buttons aren't pressed at all. Hey there, Minduino. How's it going? Okay. So we're going to take a quick pause. And we're going to figure out why the D-pad doesn't work. My guess is that the yellow thing is just too tall. So I'm going to try just breaking it off and seeing if that fixes it. Doing pretty well. This build has gone relatively smooth so far. Only a couple small hiccups. But once we start closing it up is when I expect to really have to troubleshoot some stuff. But who knows? Maybe this will be the one portable that just goes nice and easy all the way through. Alright, let's see. So it is all loosey-goosey there. Back. Spilled screws everywhere. Unfortunately, my new workspace has very thick carpet on the floor. So when I drop things like small screws, they are gone, I think. At least until I find them with a vacuum. Okay. Is it the yellow thing? Because the yellow thing, I mean, it looks to be less than flush with the buttons. So it seems odd that I wouldn't be able to press them. But let's hope the super glue doesn't take any traces with it. There's a small chance of that. What if I just trim a little bit off? Oh wait, I should be using... Let me use my other set of flush cutters. I have a set of flush cutters that are in very nice shape. And I have a set that are in very not nice shape. When I'm cutting through thicker stuff like this, I should really use the beat up ones. Oh. Come here, garbage can. Alright, well, shaved off enough that it should at least be a little bit easier to try and press the D-pad. Let's see if there's any change. Oh. Alright, yeah, that's definitely the issue, because it's a little bit easier to press the D-pad now, I think. Like, I at least feel the buttons moving a little bit, but the other thing is still a little too tall. I'm not getting nice, good presses with it. So let me see if I can cut off a little more. There we go. Oh, although this piece is 3D printed, so there's now a small hole in it, because there's just infill there. Alright. I think that should be alright, though. I don't think it'll ruin anything. Oh.
Waluigi time.
Oh, thank you for the sub, Minduino. Much appreciated. Forgot I had sound alerts on for subs. Waluigi startled me. It still feels a little tight. Like it barely feels better than before. 3 out of 100 million. You'll get there. That's the spirit. Is there something else that's like too thick? Actually, wait. Easy way to test. No, okay. I think I know what the issue is. When I went through and redesigned and cleaned everything up to release the files, I think I made these screw posts a little bit shorter so they were perfectly level with these. But I think they're now a little bit too short for this D-pad, which is tricky. Because the D-pad works fine here. Like when it's outside, it definitely isn't rubbing on the yellow thing nearly enough, actually. Now that I got rid of it completely, it's unusable. So we're gonna have to get a little bit. Okay, we're gonna try the easy fix first of don't screw in the board all the way. And then we're gonna need some paper to back this guy up. Or I could just screw him in. We'll try the paper. Think about this thickness. Should be good. A little bit more. But I think that slight change to design, I think I didn't think it would break anything. But I wonder if anyone else has had the same issue. Although actually, I think, now that I think about it, I think everybody who has built a Louii since I released the files has used the modified version with the normal switch buttons, which I can't blame them for. Just getting a hold of the weird D-pad this guy uses is a huge pain. What are you trying to do with this build? So this build is one that I built for someone a couple of years ago, and then the case was wearing down on it. They had a couple other issues with it, so I'm rebuilding it in a new case for them. So the goal is for it to look very pretty, and then work properly, I guess, are the two big goals. But yeah, that's the reason I'm building it, since I don't really do sales anymore, but it was someone who bought from me a long time ago, and oh wait, I actually need to trim this down more, because I don't want the paper to show through the case. A little more on the sides. And a little more off the bottom. All right, how's that? I think this is good. Yeah, that's lined up enough. Alright, I'm gonna use the forbidden technique of super glue. Oh, that's cool, but is this just a GBA or something else? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize. How did you find the stream? I'm curious. So I'm building a portable Wii right now. That's the end goal of what I'm building. So earlier, I assembled this side of it. So we got the batteries in there, the power boards, and then this big board right here is a Wii. So, yeah, it's just going to be a portable Wii. It'll be able to play all Wii and GameCube games. And, yeah, it should be pretty snazzy once it's finished. Yeah, sorry. I think most people find the stream through like my Instagram and Twitter posts where I say, hey, I'm building a portable Wii. But, oh, okay. Yeah, so you probably came from, was it a portable GameCube video? Was that the one you came from? 'Cause, yeah, it has been a while since I last streamed. But most of the builds I do are portable Wiis. I did one portable PS2, but yes, I'm working on adding more videos. But I am not very fast at making content, unfortunately. I'm happy to hear you watch them all. Some of the older ones are definitely a bit rougher, but I think the projects are cool in all of them, which is probably what matters more. Okay, that should make my life a lot easier. Now, let's slide this guy on. I think I got it. Okay, that's much better. So now I'm gonna try and screw this down again. But this time I'll use longer screws, and then the lower ones I won't put in all the way. And that should be a somewhat jank solution to my reissue. Videos could be edited by a monkey and they would still end up pretty cool. Well, some of my earlier videos were essentially edited by a monkey. I don't know what I was doing. Still don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm at least better at it. I wonder if the theory of monkeys typing on a typewriter could eventually write the entire works of Shakespeare. I wonder if that holds true for video editing. If you give a monkey a mouse and a keyboard, they can eventually edit a, I don't know, Ginger of Oz upload. If anyone's got a million monkeys lying around, let me know. I'm down to run that experiment. I wonder if the 6mm screw posts are going to be a little too... Or 6mm screws are going to... Oh, wait, no, it's barely in there. Okay, we should be fine. Infinite monkeys could build a portable PS5. That's true. If anyone's got infinite monkeys lying around, let me know. Although I feel like if you have infinite monkeys, you've got a big problem on your hands. I saw somebody did a super slim PS5 the other day. Never actually watched the video, but I saw the thumbnail. And if it is what it looked like in the thumbnail, then that's a really cool project that I should probably watch the video for at some point. Alright. So now we're going to put these screw posts in. Oh. Yeah. 8 billion isn't nearly enough. I just realized if I don't put in the screw posts all the way, then this speaker isn't going to make good connections with the pads. Probably. I watched the first 30 seconds of that video, just reminded me to continue watching it. Alright, well, you got further into it than I did. But basically, I think it had like 2 million views in a couple days, so I assume it was legit. Because oftentimes, clickbaity titles that don't really follow through on what the thumbnail says don't do super well after a couple days, but that one seems legit, I hope. Oh. I think screwing in these two boards has taken longer than any other part of the build, which isn't how it usually goes, but just how it happens sometimes. Ah, okay. That is one of the downsides of showing the finished build in the beginning, is that sometimes people go, oh cool, that's all I wanted to see, and then they just stop watching. But it can also work as a, hey, here's what you're going to see at the end of the video if you watch all the way. So you gotta find the right balance there. Alright. I think just one more screw. Actually, speakers might be lining up better now. Let me check. Nope, okay, wow. One can hope. Yeah, the process is cool. I agree with you there. Although I am a little bit biased, seeing as I build these myself, but okay. Oh, I need to... Does the D-pad feel right now? Okay, that's much, much better. You can kind of tell that the case is warped. Like right here, you can see that the screen isn't all the way lined up. It's not all the way lined up right here either. There's a fairly substantial gap. If I put pressure here and here, then the screen pops right into place. And the gap isn't there anymore. I may have to put like a little 3D printed part here that like gets pressure put on it from the other side of the case. And then that'll help keep it pushed into place. So I may not be able to screw it all together today. But that's not, at least it's not an unsolvable issue. I hope. Okay. So the boards are all screwed into place-ish. No, this one's not even all the way. I may need to make some adjustments to get to this speaker later. But for now, I think we could move on to getting the audio amp all installed. So I need to solder the headphone jack onto the audio amp. Which isn't too bad. Perfect. And now is it? Hang on. The headphone jack is colliding with something? I think it should fit in easier than this. I think it'll work. Well, of course, it's just Persona 5 OST, right? That's all it is. Had to make it into the stream playlist. My screw posts aren't quite lining up. I think the flex cable here is colliding with the headphone jack a bit. I'm not sure why I didn't notice that on previous builds if it was happening. But I think we'll make it work. Alright, we just have to screw in at a bit of an angle. There's one. Okay, there we go. Audio amp is screwed into place. Yeah, it's definitely putting pressure on the FCC cable. FFC cable? I never remember whether it's two Fs or two Cs. Should be fine though. My partly Italian blood is enjoying it. Well, that's good. We gotta be inclusive to all the Italians. Perfect. Okay. So, I think... Oh, whoops, did I... Okay, I no longer remember whether I put the red wire on top or on bottom. I guess I could go check in the VOD. That'd probably be the easiest way to, figure out what I did. But we'll worry about that later. I think for now we're going to work on wiring the controller stuff together and then connecting some parts of the screen to these boards. Which means we need wire. I think I might just use green wire for everything. Might get a little confusing, but it'll be fine. Oh, okay, these are the bad flush cutters. Which is why I gotta use these. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least to start. One advantage of the circuit boards is that since the GC Plus just mounts right here, it means you have to do a lot less controller wiring, but there's still a little bit you gotta do. But it's definitely preferable than running 20 wires to get every single button working. Worth it for the finished all green. These wires probably won't even be visible since, or at least from the outside. But, you know, maybe from a very specific angle you'll be able to see them. Because they're going to be blocked by the screen on this side, and then going to be blocked by all the Wii circuitry on the other side. But I have already used red wires on that side, so... Although these green wires are pretty much perfectly colored to the case, so maybe I should have used these. Oh well. Okay, I do want to try and tin these wires away from the case, because if I get like solder splotches on the outside of the case, that's going to be very sad. Alright. And I think we're just going to solder these one at a time, so that way I can easily keep track of which is which. Alright, this one, SY. I think we might just tin all these pads. Perfect. Alright, so there's essentially 6 like controller like input. Oh wait. Ah, okay. Well, that's part of why the screen isn't being pushed down at all. The screw isn't connected to anything. Hang on. What about this one? Is this one actually? Alright, that one seems to be connected-ish. Alright, let's use a 6mm screw. I think this is what I was looking for the 6mm screws earlier for. And this is why. There we go. You're actually going in now? Almost. I'm a little worried. Alright, well, it's at least screwed into place now. Seems like the 6mm screws are too long, though. Like, if I screw it in anymore, it's gonna, like, poke through the case, which I really do not want. So we'll just leave it as is for now. I might have to add some sort of little booster here to prevent that, but it'll be fine. Okay, so this one was SY. Which means it goes here. The big pad labeled SY. SY stands for main stick Y axis, I guess. Which is a bit of a mouthful, which is why we just call it SY. But sticks have two potentiometers in them. One that measures how far up or down the stick is, and then one that measures how far left or right it is. So it's relatively simple. On some joysticks, you can even just see the potentiometers on there. Not the Switch sticks, though. Those ones are a little trickier. But they're fundamentally still the same. Okay. Now SX for the X-axis on the main stick. Electricity make game go yes. Yeah, that's... You got it. Electrons are important or something. I don't know. You honestly don't need to have, like, a super good understanding of electronics to build a portable. Like, most of it is just connect point A to point B, and there are really good diagrams all laid out, but it is important to have some knowledge when you're trying to, like, troubleshoot stuff. Because diagrams are all great until something isn't working. And then you gotta figure out what's going on. Which can be tricky, but... Alright. Those look good. So now I just need to run the 4 D-pad wires. So one for left, right, up, down. So this portable is using a... I don't think anything will fall over if I flip it. It's using a 5-inch screen. So I think a little bit smaller. A Switch screen is 6.2 inches, and I think Switch Lite is 5.5. I'm trying to think of something that has a 5-inch screen, but... I don't know. It's a really nice size for portables. It's kind of the default when you're making a somewhat small portable, but not really small portable. But, yep. It's a solid size. Highly recommend if you're building like a first portable or something. The other common sizes for portable screens are 4.3 inches, which is similar to 5-inch, a little smaller. And then 3.5 inch, which is very small. That's what like the G Boy, Wii Boy Color, Pee Wee Pocket, all of those little guys. That's what those use. And then if you're building like a weird big portable, you could use like a 7-inch screen. Yes, I can make the Wii output in 4:3, and then the screen will understand that. But you'll just kind of have black bars on the side, so. There is a 5-inch 4x3 screen that I've used in projects, and so if 4x3 is like what you want, and you're never going to use 16:9, then I'd recommend just using that screen. The only issue is that the screen quality isn't quite as good as the 16:9 panel, but size-wise it's really good for those kinds of portables. The 4x3 screen is what the G Wii uses. I used it in my PS2 portable and my Fate GameCube portable. But it's another common one. Okay, and then right, down, and up. Alright, I think we'll be ready to try and start connecting the halves together here pretty soon. Which will signal close to the end of the build. I'm not sure if I'm going to take a break and grab dinner. I might do that. I'm feeling a little bit hungry, but we'll see if I power through or if I just wimp out and go get food. All right. Up wire. No, wait. This is the down wire. Okay. Last wire for this section. What time is it? Oh, it's already almost 7? Oh, okay, dang. Thought it was like 5. Okay, we'll pinch these wires together. I might put down a little drop of hot glue to help secure them together, or I might just tie them together with a little more magnet wire. But almost 7 in the morning? No, it's 7 p.m. my time. I don't think I would have gotten up at 3 a.m. to stream. I'm not that dedicated. Okay, so now we need voltages. Oh, we can, let's get the Z button soldered up real quick before I forget about it, because that's the only thing sitting loose right now. On push buttons, does it matter which side is ground and vice versa? Generally, no. Unlike most tack switches, like on portable Wii's and PS2s and all that, you can use either side as ground, either side as signal, and it generally doesn't matter. think there are a couple like rare exceptions, like for certain circuits, but nothing you'd see when building a portable generally. Alright, the rare left-handed solder joint. Okay, I think I got it. Where'd the other wire go? Oh, there it is. Oh. Maybe one day I'll try to solder an entire portable left-handed. Oh, whoops. Ah. Well, that wire is gone forever. Alright, well now we gotta cut a new wire since I lost the old one. Oh wait, I found it! Landed down here. Oh, I'm a little zoomed out on my camera. Hold up. And I think I will need to put down a bit of super glue for the Z button at some point. Just for peace of mind. But I think I'll wait until the very end to do that. Okay. Z button done. So I just need power and ground wires for my circuit boards. Which 34 gauge is probably fine, but I'll use 30 gauge just to save myself any stress later on. On the last portable Wii I did on stream, I used a screen I don't normally use because it was a G-Boy build, and I was using the old G-Boy screen. And what was it? I wasn't using thick enough wires to power the screen because I just assumed the ones I normally used would work. So I think I'm slightly more paranoid about wire thickness now, but that was probably just a one-off thing. Okay, trim these just a bit. Great. Okay. Okay, I think after this, I'm gonna run wires for the speaker. What else am I gonna need to do? I might run a couple other wires for audio. I'm not sure what all I could do on this side though. Definitely close to being able to connect the two abs together. Alright. Where's our nearest ground? I think that resistor right there is ground. Let me verify. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. And for 3.3 volts, run it out here. I think just right there. Alright, over here we got a nice big ground pad right here, so this wire doesn't need to go very far. Alright, this last voltage wire. I think I'm going to run 3.3 volts to the U amp. Because I think it's usually okay to piggyback off of screen voltage for that. It just doesn't work well when you're trying to piggyback off of something else for ground, from what I can remember. Perfect. Alright. Cut another green wire. Probably only needs to be this long. Okay, so what's your go-to PC game? I think the two I've been playing most recently have been Apex Legends and then Fall Guys. I guess those are both Battle Royale games. But I've been playing a lot of Apex recently, Apex is fun. I like that I can play it with a couple friends. And then you just have like a full squad where everyone is like communicating and stuff. So it's relatively straightforward to like say, hey, we should push those guys, and then we go in and shoot them and still die. Versus like, I used to play a lot of Overwatch where it's like 6 people and it's impossible to coordinate when like 3 or 4 of the people on your team are just random people. So Apex has been fun. And then Fall Guys released their new season recently. And their new season has been pretty fun. They added a lot of good games. So I've been playing that with friends as well. I think it also went free to play. So if you haven't played Fall Guys at all and you like, I guess, a platforming battle royale sounds interesting to you, then it might be worth checking out. Although it's been especially fun to play it recently because there's just so many new players that it's very easy to win. Especially when you've got a full squad. But it's all part of the fun. For me, at least. Not for the children who are just picking up the game. Okay. Is there anything else? Speaker. Just gonna get the speakers wired up. Hang on. I'm gonna dig through the VOD real quick. See if I can, figure out which one I did upper and which one I did lower. Let's see. Where's my stream? Channel. Oh, wait. Okay, hopefully the audio didn't double up. Let's see. Was I at like the 2-hour, 20-minute mark? A little further. Oh, okay, wait, here I am screwing in the board. Oh, wait. Pause. Okay, it looks like red wire is on the bottom. So we'll have red wire be positive speaker. I bought Fall Guys for all my friends when it was first popular, but we couldn't play because the server sucked. Now it's free. Oh, yeah, when the game like first came out and was really big, yeah, the servers were struggling. And yep, now it is free. I think since you bought the game, you get like the season. Since they went free to play, they added like a battle pass and all those like classic battle royale, free-to-play monetization features. So you get like the battle pass and like a couple legendary skins or something. But yeah, that is a bummer. Oh yeah, if you're in Brazil, then I guess this wouldn't be too surprised if the servers were even worse. Because I remember like maybe 1 in 3 games here, you'd play a couple rounds and then the game would just crash. Oh, that sucks that it was unplayable. It was at least mostly playable here in the States. Okay, red was on the bottom, so that's going to be speaker plus. Alright. There's one speaker in place. Okay, and then this one. This one's the tricky one. I'm gonna see if I can just jam it into place, maybe. If I poke this hard enough with my tweezers. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, I mean, yeah, $35 is. That's not a. I think Fall Guys in the States was like $30-ish. But yeah, that is a bummer. Okay. I'm gonna I really don't want to have to take the board off, so I'm gonna. Okay, I got it. I don't want to take the board off, but I also don't want to burn the case. But I think I managed to get a decent solder joint there. So I need green wire for this guy, which is right here. And then we'll need a red wire for speaker positive. Okay, so the green wire needs to go here. Oh. Okay, I think I brushed the side of the case with my soldering iron there, but I didn't do any damage, so that's good. Where did I put the red wire? Here it is. And I'm going to twist these wires together just for organizational purposes. I don't really know. Maybe twisting the speaker wires together helps with interference. But I won't give that a guarantee. The Ginger guarantee. 4-layer tech is located in New Jersey, right? Maybe? I know they're located in the Midwest. Or not Midwest. East. But they don't have a physical store. I'm pretty sure they just run it out of like a basement or something. But unfortunately, you can't go there and shop in person yet. Maybe when business is really booming. Perfect. Oh, wait, I should have trimmed these more. Yeah, a little bit more. Okay. Speakers are all attached. Okay. I think we're ready to start prepping to get the two case sides attached. I think there are a few wires over here that I forgot about. So we're going to go back to the back half of the case. So this is what I did earlier on, which it's kind of a mess of wires right now. Oh, wait, let me grab... charger. So we're going to need this in a little bit. Okay, so we need the wires for audio. I think a couple of those fell out earlier. Maybe they just weren't soldered in the first place. Yeah, we're missing two right here. So we'll go ahead and do that now. How much are those chunky batteries? So these are 18650s. I think they're $6 a piece. But they're really good capacity batteries. I think one battery generally equates to about an hour and 15 minutes of battery life in a portable Wii. So like this guy should be capable of getting around 5. But could be worse, all things considered. Oh, I'm gonna need one other audio wire. I forgot. There's a weird wire I have to run that I shouldn't need to run, but if I don't attach it, then the portable shuts off if I try to plug in the headphones. Which is a fun shut-off feature, but it's not great if you're trying to hear the audio. Five hours on a portable Wii is massive. I don't think anyone would need more than that. Yeah, I agree. Most portables will use like 2 of these cells, or 4 of them. And with 2, you get like 2.5 hours, which is... it's a little short, but usually I'm not trying to play a portable Wii for like 5 hours straight. Whenever I have to do a battery life test, it's pretty grueling when I have to hold one of these for 5 hours straight. But it at least gets that much. Although you'd be surprised. Sometimes I'll be like, yeah, it gets 5 hours of battery life. People would go, can you put bigger batteries in it? It's like, you're going to use it for more than 5 hours at a time? Really? But they said they were. But unfortunately, these are like the highest capacity batteries you get at this size. It's hard to fit just better quote-unquote batteries inside, because I already use pretty much the best batteries. Maybe you could squeeze out a few more minutes if you get some really crazy expensive batteries, but it just kind of reaches a, what is it, cost to gain margin or something. It just isn't worth it at a certain point. Did I not tin these wires? Huh. What am I doing? Wait, no, I definitely tinned... Okay, I just didn't tin the orange one. Whoops. Oh. There we go. There's one. There's 2. And then the other random wire, I think I know where it goes. Let me see. Say you can make the batteries better and just send them a power bank. I do always let them know that you can always just use a power bank, but I don't know. You know, some people just like it all built in, but I'm a power bank enjoyer myself. Okay, so this wire needs to go, I think right here. And then I just got to scrape off. Some Wii's have like a coating that covers the vias, and so you got to scrape that off before you solder to it, or else you have a really hard time getting wires to stick. Alright, that didn't work at all. Okay, I do have to be really careful where I'm flinging bits of flux, because if any of them get like into the sides of the case, it's not coming out, and there's just gonna be a permanent like little fleck inside the case. I would like to avoid those as much as I can. flux this time. There we go. Okay, I think I am going to take a break to go grab dinner. Now that I've seen how late it is, I am starting to feel pretty hungry. And there's probably at least a couple hours left of assembly. And then hopefully a bit of testing. We'll see. But I think I'm just going to preemptively grab food, because there's no way I can go until 9 without eating anything. My poor skinny bones can't handle it. But I think I'll just throw up an old live stream of mine for the 20 minutes I'm gone. And then I'll be back to finish it up. Actually, before I go, let's run a test. Let's see if this thing boots and posts video properly. Wait, hang on. I think it's... pretty sure it's GP47. Oh, wait, do I know? Hang on, let me see if I can find something real quick. Alright, here's my box of mystical... Oh, wait, I think I already found it. Alright, I dropped it. Alright, it's just a Wii video port that has been cut off of a Wii, so that way I can easily test whether video works properly or not. So we're just gonna connect this, and then we'll connect our batteries up, and then if we turn it on, I should be able to get video to go to this screen properly. And if I can do that, then that is a very good sign, because that means the back half is all assembled and working properly. If it doesn't work, then, well, I'll go grab dinner because we're gonna have to troubleshoot stuff. I'm not troubleshooting on an empty stomach. That's a good way to become very sad. Alright, green is ground. Should be good. So composite only takes 2 wires. You need 1 wire for the composite signal, and then 1 wire for ground. Because you need a common ground between the screen and the Wii. Or else you won't get a signal out. Or at least not one the TV can understand. If you just want to throw a random signal to your TV, then you can do that. Okay, we'll do this. Hopefully that's long enough. Now we play the game of... Oh, found him. Hid them under a piece of paper. Okay, batteries are connected. Which means that in theory, I should be able to power this thing on. So let me go grab a Wii video cable real quick. Plug composite in. Audio wires don't matter because I'm not trying to get sound out right now. Alright. And then let me switch to the right input. The clicking sound is the disk drive inside the TV that doesn't work. Alright, so I'm going to hold this button here for 3 seconds, and if it works, this screen... Oh, here, I can... Hold up. I'm equipped for this. Boom! Oh, wait. Hang on. There we go. Okay, so when I turn this on, we should get something on the screen. Hang on, I'm going to take the headphones off so I can hear the fan. Oh. Okay. That's not what I was expecting to come up. I thought there was an older version of the software on here. Okay, this might... Oh, it's loading. Okay. That's fine. We can make that work. But, okay, so this means that the Wii is booting on properly, which is very good. That's what we wanted. And then all that means is that I thought I had one software, but I have a different software on here. So I might need to change some files on the USB drive, but we will make it work. Did something happen to your YouTube? Oh, if you're trying to access the link from my Twitch, that link is broken. I need to update it. But no, my YouTube channel is just fine. It's just not quite right for... I got a different handle on YouTube, and so I need to update the link. But no, thankfully Nintendo did not kill me or anything. We are still alright. Okay, so I am hungry, and I need to use the bathroom. So we are going to pause here. I'm going to let the portable charge while I'm away. And then I'll put up a video of some of my fake GameCube portable playing. So you guys should still be entertained, or not. If you leave, I mean, that's fine. But I'll be back in... Okay, now you should be able to hear me. Alright, let's get this thing finished off. As soon as I turn the music back on. Alright. I'm all fueled up. Should be good to go for a few more hours. Okay. So, we're going to disconnect the battery from the PMS now. Because you don't want to be working in a portable that's got like live batteries in it. That can get a little bit sketchy. But we should disconnect one wire. And then we're all good. Just kind of want to tuck this wire out of the way because... Oh wait, actually it doesn't matter if this wire touches anything. It's not actually connected to power anymore. Okay. So... I think we were just about ready to connect the halves together. I got the audio wires all figured out. I think I'm just going to preemptively solder buttons for the screen control and such, or wires for those, since we're definitely going to need those. I think we'll just run some more green wires, since those worked well last time. Oh, another issue. Yeah, these are the old PCBs. I forgot to add a ground pad to this one. Is that going to be a huge issue? Oh, no, it won't. Those are all already grounded. Okay. Not a big deal. So we just need 3 wires here. Oh, wait. I should wire these up from the front side. So we'll do these later. Never mind. Since I need to daisy chain the screen controls and the volume controls together. So we'll do that later. Is there anything else? No, I think we're good to just start connecting the halves. Oh wait, I'll disconnect the composite port. Since this guy isn't needed currently. Bring this guy in. All right. Okay. I've got a million wires staring at me. I gotta decide where I'm gonna start. We'll start with voltage wires. I need 26 gauge wire, and I think I've got... That's 22. Alright, let's figure out if this is 26 or 30. I think this is 26. Yeah, this is 26. Okay. So I'll run a couple green wires. One is for 3.3 volts, the other one's for ground. Need to go from here to there. We'll just give ourselves a decent amount of slack. I don't remember what I was doing. Okay. Okay. So we use 26 gauge wire for the screen. I think you can get away with 30 gauge. I've done it in the past, but 26 is just gives us a little more thickness to work with. It's always best to not push the limits. When it comes to wire thickness. So this one's for 3.3 volts. route it like this. Gonna try and keep these wires as straight as possible, since they'll definitely be visible from outside. But once I go to close the case, they may just wiggle a bit. I don't know a good way to prevent that. Okay. Ran over my headphone wire. Maybe time to invest in a wireless headset. Or maybe just a cord that's the right length so it doesn't drag on the floor. Oh, I should zoom out a bit so we can see both halves. There we go. And then one more green wire, and we'll use this one for ground. Okay. I'd like to squeeze this wire between these two to help hold it in place. That's perfect. And then I think we got a ground spot. I think these two are ground. So we'll just go with the closer one. Perfect. And then I think next I'll run the wire for ground on the audio amp. That it needs its own separate ground wire, or else we might get some weird interference stuff. Had it happen before. He had some strange behavior. ideally, I would like to avoid strange behavior. Have you done anything with the Wii U gamepad? I haven't, aside from using one. I have considered, like I was talking about it with someone recently, but a cool project might be to make like a sleek Wii U gamepad that isn't quite as big and clunky. The clunkiness of it never really bothered me because it's relatively comfortable. But apparently it also has issues with like the backlight on the screen. Apparently some of those wear down. So it might be fun to just try and make my own gamepad. But that would probably be a project for like the far future. I don't have any immediate plans for that. But yeah, I don't know much about how like the Wii U gamepad works. I know it's got a couple Bluetooth chips in it to communicate with the Wii U. But making a custom one with the parts already in it probably wouldn't be too hard. It would be really interesting to see if it's possible to make one without any like proprietary parts. You don't think it's clunky at all? No, that's fair. I definitely think it's comfortable, but it is rather large. And I think that often people just kind of equate that to uncomfortable. But yeah, it never really bothered me. But making a custom one would be cool either way. We got a ground pad here. There we go. As a portable system, the design is superb. Superb. Yeah, I'd agree. It's definitely not the worst controller Nintendo has ever made, but definitely large. I do need to check. Because someone said like all the backlights on their Wii U's are like wearing out, and so I need to like plug mine in and check. Because I haven't touched a Wii U in years, but it's possible mine are doing the same thing. Okay, we got ground. Let's run a 1.8 volt wire. So the U amp needs that. Not but long margin. Does anyone like the Joy-Cons? I know some people do. Like, I know some speedrunners really like the Joy-Cons. I guess they're easier on their hands or something. I personally, though, I went on a trip recently, and I have Hollow Knight for the PC, but I bought it for the Switch a long time ago. So I tried playing Hollow Knight on the Switch after playing it on the PC with like a real controller, and Hollow Knight on Joy-Cons was just, it was bad. It did not feel good to play. So, okay, Antonic Sword, you gotta go, man. Oh, and I spelled his name wrong. Oh well, he's just gonna exist for now. But yeah, Joy-Cons are never my go-to. I think the design aspect of them is cool in that it's like a controller that can be split into two different controllers. I think that's really nifty. But when it comes to actually using them, not great. I use the Switch Pro controller a decent amount, and it's a pretty good controller. The D-pad on it is a little bit rough, and it does get uncomfortable to hold if you use it a lot. Like if you play for several hours playing something, it's definitely not the most comfortable. You probably just need to get like an Xbox 360 controller or something. Hey, thank you, Wingo Baningo. But that would require me to buy a whole nother controller. Okay. I'm gonna try and just run like 2 different channels of wires across. And hopefully interference doesn't cause any headaches. But it might. We'll see. Alright, I think I'm going to wire up the LED wires next, because they're constantly in the way. No. I'm glad you got the hammer ready to go. I tried to ban him and I spelled his name wrong, so I gave up. Alright. This should be good. And then I believe DP is the 1.8 volt line. Of course, I'll send a crate of SpaghettiOs your way as soon as I can. That reminds me of a video I was debating sending you. It was a TikTok of a guy who put like a bunch of SpaghettiOs in like a really big tube, and then he just all of it into his mouth at once, and it was impressive. But I don't think you can eat SpaghettiOs nearly as fast as he can. Alright, let's do LED wires. So it should just be 2 wires. Okay, so A is red and L plus is green. Just like this. And then through this little loop. Maybe? Oh, come on. There we go. Of course, you gotta savor every meatball. There we go. Alright, now which should I say was which? I think L plus is green. Sounds like something I would do. There we go. Okay, we got that. What next? We can do trigger wires. Those are important. See, I need to twist these together, methinks. How's the build going? Build's going well. I don't know if you were here for it. About 30 minutes ago, we tested to see if the Wii booted, and it does. So that's always a good sign. So we've since moved on to connecting the two halves together. Which, I think at this point, it's triggers, it's the video and audio wires, screen controls. I guess there's a lot left. But we'll work through it. Is that long enough? We'll do a few more twists. I was looking into Ashita work logs to get me ready for mine. Gotta say, I learned nothing. Work logs can be kind of tricky to learn from. But, yeah. Oftentimes, work logs are good for, like, looking at what other people did wrong. Because sometimes people post about their mistakes. So those are always good to look at. But they're rarely going to be a particularly good guide. Even a video of assembling a portable... I mean, I guess... shows all the techniques, but it is a lot of just kind of learning by doing. But I think an Ashita build will be the next one I do. I know what I want the case for it to look like. I just either need to 3D print it myself or get a hold of PCBWay. We'll see. Okay, and then... Okay, is this the left trigger or the right trigger? This is the right trigger. We'll do the left trigger first. Because then I can just solder right over the other one. Without any issues. Alright. Let me find the right wires. It's this guy and this guy, I think. Can I just say this music selection is awesome? I'll be honest, I just kind of went through video game OSTs and was like, yeah, this song's good. Threw it in the playlist. It's not particularly well refined or anything. But it's just a couple hundred songs that I shouldn't get copyrighted for. Hopefully. We'll see. Which, it doesn't matter too much on Twitch. But I do like to upload the VODs to YouTube. And if I do that, then some parts might get muted, or I don't make any revenue off the VODs channel, but I'd rather not risk it getting taken down, because then I lose like 100 hours of live stream footage, which would be a big bummer. Damn, you're still going? Well, I'm going until it's done. Hopefully. There may be... I booted it up earlier and the Wii turns on with the batteries and stuff, so this at least isn't going to be a devastating failure. It may just be a moderate failure. Alright, well, we're almost done with the fun game of twisting wires. Normally I'd do this with like a drill or something, but my drill's in a bag somewhere. I think I know where it is, but it's probably faster to still do it this way. You always want to use a drill to twist wires if it's for like signals that'll take interference, like video wires or some audio lines. But since this one is just for the triggers, and this is more so for organizational purposes than electrical reasons, it doesn't really matter too much if the wires are kind of loose. Okay, is this long enough? Oh yeah, I twisted for way too long. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Then we'll snip it. Your legs are just blood clots if you haven't stretched. I did take a 20-minute break recently. So I go use the bathroom and grab some food to eat, so my legs should be unclotted. And I do have to stand up occasionally to go find something. But I'm pretty bad about sitting for too long during the day. Okay. Really hope that's the left trigger, because if it's the right trigger, then this wire is too short now. But I think I know my lefts from my rights. Okay. Alright, that's one trigger. Here's two trigger. Okay, triggers are all connected up. I'll go ahead and run the GameCube data line since it's just right here. Might as well. $10 million ginger hairs and I get a free portable hot dog. Well, look, the hair is a part of the branding. It's got to show up in the camera sometimes, you know? This is all just green PCB on a green case. Yeah, I didn't really plan that, but I think the green PCBs look pretty snazzy from the outside, since it's just green on green. Thankfully, the batteries don't look quite as grating as I thought they might. Can't really tell super well that they're pink from the outside of the case, which is good, because I wish I would have bought green batteries for it. But I didn't even think about that until yesterday. Is this long enough? Ooh, barely. Okay. I played this song literally last time. Well, better than coming back to being down $1 million in online Monopoly, I suppose. Okay, that's pretty good. What's next? I could do screen control wires. I could do audio wires. Let's do screen control first. Okay. Trying to think what I need to do. I need... Two of them are going to be tricky. Oh, I need... You can't really hit the roll button strategically, so can't blame you for doing it randomly. Where is... I'm looking for another one of the display boards I'm using, because I don't remember which input button is which. Surely I have an extra one, right? Those are all screens. Alright. I should have... Oh wait, there's one over here, that's right. Oh, wait. Oh no, okay. I was worried I didn't get the captain tape in between the driver board and the screen like I did on this one. But I can see it. It's there, so that's good. Okay, so according to this, fourth one up is minus, then plus, then menu. Okay. So we're gonna grab some green wire again. If I can find it. Isn't this draining as hell? A little bit. I don't know. I don't get too worn out by streams. Like, at least not more so than I would, like, working on a portable. Normally. I don't know. I mean, realistically, when I'm streaming, I just kind of, like, talk out loud about what I'm doing. And I read the chat out loud to have something to talk about. So I'm generally not too stressed when I'm doing this. I don't really care if the viewer count goes up or down. It's just gonna kind of be what it is, and worrying about it doesn't really do anything for me. So I don't know. I think some people do get really drained by doing streams, but I don't know. How long have we been going? 5.5 hours? Yeah. I will definitely be tired tonight. And my voice definitely takes a bit of a beating. Because I'm generally not super chatty. But that's alright. And one of the nice parts about streaming portables is that I have to constantly work on the portable without getting, like, distracted by other things. I can't, like, just go and be like, oh, I'm bored. I'm just going to go play games with friends. I have to, like, sit here and actually do it the whole time, which is good. So, like, this one, like, this portable, I was supposed to have it shipped out a while ago. Part of the issue was there were some delays with the case, so I wasn't able to finish it, but now that I've got the case, I've got all the parts, and I'm all moved in, I just need to knock it out So easiest way to do that is to just turn on the stream. Create some content for the Ginger of VODs channel. Call it an evening. I should probably build live as well so that I can be stupid in real time. Maybe. I don't know. The one thing I always had to pay attention to when I'm streaming is whether or not like everything's within camera view. Because that's always tricky. I always just forget about the camera and then I'm working on something over here and no one can see it. You guys just need to call me out when I do that, because it's not because I don't want you to see it, just because I forget. Okay. This is volume minus, and minus was 4th from the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I also have experience in this, and I plan to make some custom portable gaming stuff in the future. Yeah, sounds cool. We always need more people to build portables. Especially if you've got experience with like other electronics and stuff. That always is nice to have. What do you have experience with? Is it just like traditional console modding, or is it like some other aspect that might be useful? I don't really know what traditional console modding even means, actually. I don't know what mods have been traditional. You're a big fan of emulators? Yeah, there's definitely resources out there to make good emulation machines. Although if you're doing something custom, then you can get really crazy with it. AliExpress people need to stop throwing an untrimmed Wii in there. I think there are some of those like generic factory-made consoles that are actually trimmed. Because some of them are a little bit smaller. But I don't think a trimmed Wii will necessarily solve all the issues those have. So they'll probably just make those difficult or even harder to maintain. You have a few YouTube videos with some of your custom inventions? Oh, that's cool. Are they like emulator stations or something else? Okay. This one was down. So we're gonna wire it while I remember that. Okay. Are these my nice flush cutters? No, they aren't. I might throw those back there so I don't accidentally use them. These ones are much nicer. Portable TV. That's a nice project. I do want to make like a portable, like just sort of testing monitor. So that way if I ever want to like test consoles while I'm like not at my setup, I could just take that with me and give it a whirl. There's a retro games store in my town that most of their stuff is very overpriced. But I think they might have some broken stuff to sell. So I might go there and try and clean them out of Wii's. And that a monitor like that would be helpful for testing them real quick. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen people mod those little arcade cabinets before. Another project of mine that I'd like to do someday is to have, like, just a really cool, like, Nintendo arcade cabinet where it's got, like, every console in it and then switches and stuff to, like, make every console work. I think it would be fun if it had, like, a platform for, like, the controller, and then you just, like, could, like, swap out that platform for different ones depending on what console it was. But that's a big project because I'd have to make like a custom arcade cabinet. I'd have to do everything for that. But I think that'd be a really fun future project. Although I have a project coming up where I might need to do some bigger stuff, so maybe that one won't be too far in the future. We'll see. But oh, yeah, Arduinos can be good for those too. If you search KevDog20 portable battery build. Ah, okay. Okay. We got the up wire. Alright, I don't understand why the playlist does that. It's just going to cycle through the same 10 songs for the rest of time. I thought I fixed it earlier this morning, so I was playing around with it, and I disabled, like, something, and then it started working again. All the songs were properly randomized. But, I don't know. I don't know how YouTube can't write an algorithm that actually shuffles songs. Oh, that's annoying. That's alright. Just a PC in there? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think that's what most, like, generic portable arcades are. And I guess an Arduino is realistically just a little PC at the end of the day, so. Is your air extractor on? No, it's not, because if I turn it on, I actually don't know how loud that is. Oh, it might actually not be that bad. I don't know if the mic really picks it up at all, but I just kind of assumed that the sound would be annoying, so I keep it turned off when I'm working on stream. But, yeah, I just try not to inhale any fumes. You know, like a wise man would. It's not loud? I'll test it after stream. Having constant background noise can be a little annoying. Oh, and it's also put back further. I need to bring it up to about here, and that would make it louder. But I don't know. I'll test it later and see if the sound is too bad or not. I just kind of assumed it would be bad because it is loud. Like with my noise canceling headphones on, I can't hear much, but I can hear the air extractor. Whatever. Put that in later. Okay, what was I doing? Screen controls. That's what I was doing. Okay, we only need one more wire for the menu. Which should be pretty easy. I don't need to connect this one to two things. It just has to go from menu on the screen to menu on the button board here. Go. Hopefully this wire is long enough. I might have cut it a bit short. Oh, no, it'll definitely reach. Yeah, I don't think solder fumes become any more dangerous when there's lead in it. Because you aren't like melting the lead in leaded. Oh, one of my wires just broke. But the flux fumes are what are dangerous, and those are in any solder, whether it's leaded or unleaded. So fume extractor is good to have. I think you can get cheap ones off of Amazon for like 20 bucks. That's what I used to use. I think this Hacko one is a little bit better, but I think it was more expensive. I don't know if it's necessarily worth all that. Okay, so which of these is the menu? Because one of them snapped. Okay, that one is up. Menu. Okay. So that's screen control stuff all done. I think it's mostly just audio video left. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. But I think we're getting close. Hey there, Life. How's it going? I think you were close to me recently. Did you go to CEO? Where do you source your screens? Because 4-layer is out? If 4-layer is out of the IPS screens, then maybe just wait until they come back. I don't know how long they're out of stock for. But I don't know of another source for the IPS 5-inchers. Dang. I remember seeing you posted on Twitter about going to a convention. Couldn't remember if it was CEO or not. Oh, well. Surely one of these years, right? I don't know. The last convention I tried to go to landed on the same weekend as finals for me, so that was a bummer. But next year it'll be better. Of course. Okay. So these are the 4 wires. Actually, I'll run this one first. Just go around like this. Oh, it was crown 2. Okay. Maybe I have my tournaments mixed up. Is CEO in Utah? There's too many tourneys. I can never remember where they all are. For some reason in my head, CEO was the one that was in Utah. CEO is Florida. Okay, then I'm totally off. Okay, so it was Crown 2 I was thinking of then. Okay. I need to pull up the diagram. Daytona, Florida? Well, I've never been to Florida, so you could just say Miami, and I'd go, oh, yeah, I know where that is. I don't think I know anywhere else. Okay, so I need to connect this one to headphone sense. Just right here. And this is the wire I have to connect, or else plugging in headphones shuts off the portable. And no one really knows why that happens. But this wire fixes it. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the 4-layer tech diagram. The nice part about 4-layer tech is it's the only website I go to that starts with 4. So it's easy to get there from Google. Where's UAMP? UAMP. Documents. Okay. So the one furthest from the AVE is C. I think this year after the convention crunch, I'm going to focus on putting a portable together. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Portables are fun. Do you have a certain design you're eyeballing? Although I'd imagine if you're a custom GameCube controller guy, you might have a soft spot for the Ishida. Yeah. Ishida's definitely a good first one. Nice and big. Relatively straightforward assembly. Wish I had the time and resources to learn to build these portables. They're really cool. They are very cool. And it's not as hard to learn as I think some people think it is. It's just it's a lot of time spent just kind of figuring stuff out, getting the ropes. But as long as you can get good at soldering, it's generally just a matter of connecting A to A, B to B, C to C, and then figuring out how to troubleshoot things when stuff isn't working. But I don't know, it's just like anything. It takes time to get pretty good at. Oh, you're probably thinking of the G-Boy, which isn't... It used to be sold as a kit. It isn't really anymore. But it'll probably come back in some form at some point. You heard the guy that designed it is crazy good looking? I don't know. I heard he still lives in black and white. But who knows? The only thing everyone agrees on is that that man is an enigma. Okay. The next one over is MC. Wait. Hang on. One of these needs to be shielded, and I think the wrong one is shielded right now. The problem more so for me is having my own space to do this. You don't need... I mean, the way I used to build portables, like back when I lived at home during high school, was I just take over my mom's counter. I throw down a slab of wood, and I just do all my soldering there. But it was definitely inconvenient because I had to clean up every single day, and it wasn't really my own space. But yeah, I could see how that would be an issue. Okay, so this is not the one that should be shielded, right? No, wait. Dang it. Alright, I removed this wire for nothing. Wondering if the G-Boy wiring for the PMS also works for an Ishida? Yeah, Wesk is right. You don't wanna follow the G-Boy diagram for the PMS because it's a totally different PMS. You want to follow... There are diagrams on 4-layer tech's website that are very good. They walk you through everything, what every single pad is for. So I'd recommend sticking to those. Don't go... G-Boy build is good for almost everything, but not that. There we go. And I'm just missing a random audio wire. Is it the one that came off? Hope so. Yeah, I'm still watching YouTube. Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay. Just can't figure out what points or V's to solder to with Shank's drawing.
Waluigi time.
You're probably overthinking it then. It's... I mean, here, I can pull it up in a bit and just try and explain it, but... Hey, Toxic Druid, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. But most diagrams are pretty straightforward. The PMS does have a lot of points, which can get kind of confusing, but... Okay, there we go. Now I've got a proper wire there. And I soldered the wrong wire to the wrong spot earlier. Where was that one supposed to go? Because I soldered WS. Okay. Alright, thankfully this is an easy fix. Okay. And these wires out of the way for a bit. Okay. So then this one is D. So this one needs to go, I think that's a D. Come on. Oh, did I get it? There we go. I might start soldering the wires when I get my wires from Amazon or wait to get a case printed. I would start soldering boards together once you've got the case in hand, because then you know like exactly how long your wires need to be. And that way you aren't just kind of wiring for the sake of wiring and then redoing all of your wires later. That's what I'd recommend. But I think I saw one of your Discord posts recently. I know you bought some magnet wire, so make sure to get really good at using that. Because if you can use magnet wire well, then that is a key skill for building a portable. Okay. So there's D. And then this one is MC.
The men, the stars, your voice.
Got it. And then the MC wire you want to ground, or not ground, you want to shield. You don't want to ground it. That won't help you much. Ooh, it is barely long enough. Conveniently, there's a ground pad right next to it, so. Just waiting for it to come in? Yeah. Fair enough. Oh. Perfect. Alright, and then this last one should be C. Yep, that's the one pad I've got left, so that's good. Yeah, magnet wire. Magnet wire is something you should use for pretty much every data line in a portable. If you're using thick wires for everything, it gets messy. Here we go. All right, I believe this is the last audio wire. I'll double check that. Make sure I'm not forgetting anything dumb. Okay. I think it might just be video stuff left. Let me drop in these buttons real quick before I forget them. I'm probably going to use 30 gauge for the PMS PD2. You're going to use 30 gauge for what on the PMS PD2? Because different pieces of the PMS or the PD board need different gauges. If you use 30 gauge for everything on that, it is not going to work. Have you done anything with the switch aside from using switch pads? Not really. I've like software modded a switch. I've like swapped buttons on like my Joy-Cons. But yeah, the Switch isn't a console I've done much on. A big project of mine that I'd like to do at some point in the future is put a Switch into like a DMG Game Boy case. I think that'd be a really fun project. It should be doable with how big the like PCBs inside of the Switch are. But I need to sit down and like take a good long stare at the internals of a Switch and see if I could pull it off. Probably gonna use 30 connecting the data outputs to the PMS light. Is it 30 gauge magnet wire or is it just like 30 gauge normal wire like this stuff? Because if it's 30 gauge normal wire, I would just use your magnet wire for the data stuff. You want to use as few thick wires as possible, in my experience. Okay, video lines? Okay, I'm thinking video lines. Okay. We'll start with H and V sync. Copper, I think, I don't know. Well, we're talking like normal wire, like silicon coated. Like when you think of wire, like the first thing that comes to mind is standard wire. And I would just use your magnet wire for the data lines that go between the PMS and the PD board. Or else just have a bunch of like kind of chunky wires sticking out, which isn't ideal. Okay. Come on, you can make it. There we go. What in the... Okay, this wire is way too short. Okay, we may have to sacrifice some aesthetics here. Oh no. Oh, it goes up between so many wires. Ooh, really? Okay, I guess we're really going. Oh man. Did I really just flop it all the way over? Oh, I'm a monster. Okay, let's take another look at this guy. Oh, okay, H and V are bottom. V is second from the bottom. When did the novelty of Portable Galaxy and Kirby Air Ride wear off? Probably when I started doing commissions and playing portables became a part of my job. Which, don't get me wrong, playing Wii and GameCube games on a portable console isn't the most grueling labor in the world, but when I had to sit there and like drain battery lives and exhaustively test every portable to make sure it wasn't going to break when I gave it to the person who bought it, a lot of the novelty wore off. Although even if I didn't sell portables, it probably would have disappeared at some point, but... that's just how it goes. Okay, and then the next 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Portable Wii playtest sweatshops. Yeah, unfortunately, child labor is outlawed here in the States, so I had to be a goody two-shoes and test them all myself. You finished New Super Mario Bros. Wii 4 times, probably? It's probably pretty close. I know I definitely speedran it a couple times by just using the canon in World 1 and the canon in World 5 while testing a portable, so 4 is not far off the mark. But I'm trying to think what games I beat. I beat quite a few GameCube and Wii games. Another issue with like playtesting portables is that sometimes I would forget to like pull my save files off of a portable before I shipped it out. And so I would just like ship out like 4 hours of progress on Super Mario Galaxy, and then it was like, I don't want to play Super Mario Galaxy anymore. And so then I just kind of never went back to it. So that was another problem I ran into. Is it child labor if you just give it to a child to play until the battery life runs out? I don't know. I guess that's for the for CPS to decide. Oh, which wire is this? I think it goes red, green, blue from top to bottom. Okay, so it's ground and then RN. There we go. CPS delivers packages, right? You know, maybe sometimes. Don't know if that's their modus operandum, though. Operandi? I don't know what the phrase is. Whatever the fancy one is. Pretend I know what I'm saying. Well, this wire is actually longer than it needs to be. Okay, so next up is green. I think this one is green. What's the Drop It Channel Award for? Do I have a channel point reward for dropping a portable? I forget. Drop it? Wait, what is this? Make me drop my... What is... Okay, ignore that. I think Twitch just added that. I don't remember manually enabling that. Can I just say I hate UPS to really screw you over if you're not in the USA? Yeah, that makes sense. I can imagine that they'd be pretty pricey. UPS is generally well liked in the States because they're like pretty dependable for actually delivering packages, but they are expensive. I won't contest you on that. But yeah, international shipping, I can't even imagine. I try and always use DHL for international shipping, which certainly isn't cheap, but it is reliable. Oh, wrong wire. There we go. Price is fine. Oh, it's a tracking / time issue. That's interesting because I guess it's not terribly surprising. International shipping is always a nightmare. DHL also takes long, but they're much better. That makes sense. DHL's tracking has always been good to me. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's another video wired. I think we are running out of... This is the last-ish wire? USPS is good, but they lose packages a lot. Yeah, that's kind of why I don't think they're very good. USPS has never permanently lost a portable I've shipped out. I try to always ship through UPS. Sometimes I've had to do USPS for whatever reason. But yeah, sometimes they'll just... package goes missing. Where'd it go? Who knows? Oh, shit. Yep. Trying to think. They've definitely lost a couple Amazon packages of mine. Which is never the end of the world, because Amazon is... Look, they got their issues, but they are very good at the whole return policy thing. Or shipping thing. One time I ordered like a pair of end tables, and they like didn't show up for like a month. And so I reached out to Amazon and was like, yo, they never showed up. Can I get new ones? And they sent out the new ones. The new ones arrived quickly. And then like 2 months later, the end tables that I ordered initially showed up. So I now have 4 end tables instead of 2. But I don't really have a use for 4. So I gave one of them to my roommate, or my old roommate. So hopefully he put one to use. And the other one is sitting around, ready to be assembled whenever I decide I need it. Okay. That... Yes, I'm still listening. Oh, what? Oh, okay, never mind. I got no clue what's going on there. I found it in a pound or a pond? Oh, a year? That is brutal. Hoodie to arrive in November this week? That's crazy. When you said it was bad, I was thinking like, oh, you know, sometimes it takes like a month, maybe 2 months to arrive. November, that's like what? 7, 8 months? That is tough. I don't think I've ever had anything take that long to arrive. I think my longest is a couple months, but... Okay. I think we are almost ready to just... Okay, wait. 2 wires I need to put down. I need to connect the mode pin to 3.3 volts. That's the pin that tells the Wii to output VGA instead of composite. That's important. And then I need to ground my screen button board, which is really easy. I'll do that one first. Pond. Okay, that makes a little more sense than pound. I don't know why they would have brought it to the dogs, but who knows? Trying to think what... I think the only shipping disaster I ever had was when someone didn't put their return address on the package. But that was their fault. Not UPS's fault, not my fault. Although it does make me kind of sad that that portable Wii probably just got trashed. But I don't know. Once I ship a portable out, I'm usually not too attached to it. Unless it's really pretty. I'd be really sad if something happened to this one. This one's really nice. Oh. It's one of those Monopoly situations, huh? Those are always fun. But yeah, that sucks. Thankfully, here in the States, we have USPS, we have UPS, we have FedEx, so there's at least some semblance of competition. Alright, let's connect mode to 3.3 volts. And then... Oh, I still need to... Come on. I don't know why this joystick connector is so hard to get into. Oh, there we go. Usually isn't that bad. I saw a while back you made one for Trippy Red. I thought that was a troll. No, that one was legit. He was one of the first people to ever buy a portable from me. That was actually a bit of a shipping disaster, because the address he gave me was complete gibberish. And when I tried to ship it the first time, it just got sent back to me. Because he didn't, like, format it or anything, and it was like a weird address. But, yep. I think he also bought a G-Boy from G-Man. There's actually... Let me see if I can find the video. I saw a video of him, like, smoking a big blunt, and then he flips his camera around and he's playing Super Mario Sunshine on his G-Boy. It was a funny video. I think I sent it to G-Man. I'll see if I can find it. It was, like, re-uploaded by, like, a Trippy Links fan... Or, not Trippy Links. Trippy Red fan account. That's a good video. Oh, yeah, I guess I can see how pricing stuff could be an issue. Kind of a similar situation between, like, the United States and Japan. Because used video game stuff in Japan is super cheap. Especially on, like, GameCube era stuff. Like, way cheaper than it is here in the States. But to get it shipped over is usually a headache. So, you either have to buy a lot to make it worth it, or it's just... Oh, is Nintendo not a fan of Brazil? What issues do you guys have? Alright, come on. Alrighty. Running through my brain right now, trying to figure out if I've missed a wire anywhere. Alrighty. PD board is all connected. This is all connected. This is all connected. This is all connected. This is good. This is good. All right, let's give it a go. What is this? Trippy Red playing. Oh yeah, I think this. I think this is a different video than the one I saw. Oh, this is like an extended version of it. Okay, I've never seen this one. Okay, I remember hearing about this video though. This one's funny because the old. What was it called? The Wii HUD amp that was used in there had issues with that game specifically. And I think the audio just gets distorted out of control in that video, unfortunately. It's like the one game where that happened with the Wii HUD amp, but there was something weird with it. Oh, the one I saw, it was a shorter video of just Trippy League smoking a blunt and then flipping the camera around and showing Super Mario Sunshine. Okay. Oh, well, my camera's been super zoomed in for a while. Whoops. Ooh. Oh, there's a wire in the way. Okay, this is going to be a tight fit. I might actually have to, like, file down the Wii a bit or something. Alright, well, moment of truth. Does it work? Alright. That's looking like a no. Okay. So the screen turns on, but we aren't getting video out from the Wii. So let me do a quick think. Wait, hang on. So I didn't realize that this portable has BB Loader installed onto it, but I definitely shipped it with Portabilize Me. I remember someone had issues with updates. Let me see if it was this guy. I wonder if he botched the install and didn't install VGA. I don't know what's probably drained, me or the batteries, but okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try connecting it to composite. And we will see if we get composite video out or not. Because if we could get composite video out, then there's something wrong with the VGA wiring. So where did I put my AV port? Oh, here it is. Well, I'll be honest, I'll be a little bit surprised if it's the VGA wiring. I don't know what I would have screwed up on here. But it's always a possibility. Best to just check it first. Okay. Oh, I guess I should probably clean off. There's a bunch of flux buildup around the AVE, which, I mean, probably isn't the issue, but probably a good sanity check to just clean that up real quick. Okay. So we aren't getting video out from the Wii anymore. So it's not a VGA issue. Which means this is going to be a tricky one. Any of my voltage wires come loose? No, that's all fine and dandy. I really don't think U10 is the issue, because I relocated it years ago and it was working earlier. Did I wire up composite wrong? Wait. Hang on. Might have been shorted to 3.3 volts there. Oh. I found the issue. I never plugged the port in. Hopefully. Right? That was my issue, right? Right, I just forgot to plug the port in. There's nothing wrong electrically, right? Alright, well, let's check the voltages real quick. That's always a good sanity check. Okay, so we're checking ground to 1.15 volts. That's good. Ground to 1 volt. That's good. 3.3 volts. That's good. 1.8 volts. That's good. So it isn't a voltage issue. It isn't a video issue. So what is the issue? Test pad 47. Nope. Wire didn't break there. Well, I guess that solder joint... Hold on, the solder joint isn't very good. In this state, this Wii is working exactly like mine. You know, for a lot of Wiis, I'd be perfectly happy with that. I don't know if I trust the state of your Wii, though. Okay. Is that a good solder joint? Yes. Okay, well, this is definitely just sanity check. Am I actually connected to composite? Hang on, what's the what's the voltage on the batteries? Do they like get really low or something? Hello? Batteries are kind of low. But not low enough that I'd expect to not get video out. Okay, we're gonna try one more time. It could have been that the composite solder joint was bad, but if this doesn't work, then this may just be a come back and look at it with fresh eyes later moment. Because this is a strange issue. Well, you know what? I wouldn't want my streak of building an entire portable on stream and then it not working on stream to end here. So, you know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing it didn't work, honestly. Man. It is very strange that connecting the front half and the back half would make the Wii stop working. Because I got no clue what would be causing that. Maybe audio is wired up wrong. I can't really imagine video being wired up wrong causing that. But I think I'm going to disconnect the batteries. I think we're just going to end the stream here. Unfortunately. Would have loved to have it up and running and do a bit of play testing, but realistically, I'm just going to sit here for 2 hours and be really frustrated and not find the issue. But if I come back to it in a day or two, I'll be able to like sit back and take another look and maybe see the dumb wire or whatever it is. That's just what happens. A short happening when it's closed? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. I would check that, but I just desoldered all the batteries. But that's a good idea. I will test that next time, because sometimes the active things being closed short something together. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know when my next live stream will be. It may be another... I don't think it'll be another couple months. But I've got an Ishida build planned. I might do a live stream, like playtesting this guy, but playtesting live streams are usually really boring for me. I don't mind doing the build on stream because I got stuff to talk about pretty much all the time. When I'm just playing games, I'm always stressed out because I can't think of anything to say, and I'm streaming, and I'm just playing the game, and it's not particularly interesting. So that's probably the last stream for a little while, but hey, looks wise, it looks beautiful. Just no, it just doesn't work. And I would flip it over, but I think something's gonna fall out if I do that. But hey, you know what? Conveniently, this is the outro song that I use on YouTube. So yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by and watching. Sorry I couldn't get it working. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes, but once I get it working, I'll post pretty pictures of it to Instagram, Twitter, all those places. But, yeah. I think that's all I've got. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll be back soon, maybe with a new project. We'll see. See ya.